So, we should be live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the TheJadedTalk. This is number 15, and it's about a wonderful little novel series, young adult novel series, which is called Jedi Prince. Sounds interesting. So, we had high expectations, obviously. Yeah, I'm once again joined by 5 picoseconds. And hey, you're excited? You sound
Oh yeah,
definitely.
it's going to be great.
It's a story. Yeah, I guess let's just briefly do the usual. I mean, I guess we've read it parallel like a few weeks ago, more or less. Yeah, let's just. What were your thoughts reading those books? Mm-hmm.
That's about it, really.
Yep.
They are books that exist. They aren't very well written, and they keep mentioning the lines from the movie, and it's
yeah, sort of. I would almost. I think I would still say the JAT was worse. It was more blatant, but yeah, like that's definitely part of them. But I guess Jedi Prince has bigger problems.
Oh yeah, no. This
Like
is
JAT
a
did.
nitpick, not a real issue.
I mean, nitpicks are valid criticisms.
Yes.
So that is something that we should mention. I would say that, and you seem to agree. But yeah, yeah, I guess so. I read it like a few weeks ago. Started semi-reading it while I was on vacation, and then finished them afterwards. I guess you can positively mention that they are very, very short, like insanely short, and like the books. I mean, I have the Barnes and Noble hardcover editions. I think they are not. I'm not sure how many people read those and how many people have just read them via PDFs. But yeah, they're pretty quick to read. And I guess something you can also say that I did genuinely like is that, though it sounds a bit juvenile, there are pictures in there, which actually isn't that bad of an idea.
I think it's actually a good idea.
Yeah. Like, I mean, sure, as a talented author, you should be able to make us see what you see while you write your story, but actually having the occasional picture being like, oh yeah, this is what this character, this place, this new species looks like. I actually like that idea. That is a genuine positive thing I can mention. Doesn't change anything about the writing quality, but oh well. Yeah, these books are pretty insane. I think that's a fair assessment. They are pretty insane. We're gonna get into the intricacies of what exactly makes them insane later. But yeah, officially, of course, let's just quickly mention, officially there are only 6 Jedi Prince books. But as you know, our dear friend Noah from Quality Autism, he did write 3 finishing stories as a fan fiction project. They, of course, are not officially part of the Star Wars universe, but for the purposes of this, we will consider them that. And I do think, although I don't believe these are stories that really deserved sounds a bit harsh, but really deserved any finishing thoughts. I guess it's nice that there are some and that people sort of cared for it. Yeah, I think we agree when we say we don't really care for it. There's not a lot.
If this was never brought back into canon, it would have. Oh well.
We wouldn't cry. Yeah, like there's nothing you really need to keep. But yeah, let's just quickly get the covers out of the way. So yeah, I mean, I don't think those are the worst covers. I think they are pretty competently drawn, even.
I think they're better than a lot of the Bantam covers, honestly.
That is very, very sad, actually. I don't, and those are, as I understand, Bantam Spectra books as well. So why they felt the need to put a lot of quality into these obscure young adult novels and not do the same for their mainline adult novels. Don't ask me. I have no idea. It makes no sense, but here we are. Yep, those are pretty competent. Pretty competently done covers. Like, there's not a lot to comment on. Here you obviously have Luke, Han, Leia, C-3PO, R2. You have Trioculus, who is going to be a reoccurring villain here. You have the titular glove of Darth Vader in this one, and I suppose those are the Whalodons that we're going to talk about. Lost City, you have Luke, obviously. You have Ken. This is going to be one of Ken's droids. Forgive me for I have forgotten its name, but oh well. Stormtroopers, obviously, and the titular Lost City, I would assume. Here,
is nothing. It MTD?
Probably. Yeah. So Ken had he had a homework droid, right? I think that might have been, or he also has a teacher droid. One of those is gonna be him, but I'm gonna be honest, I've forgotten. We're gonna see when we read. I can more so judge what droid this one is supposed to be. Yeah, Leia. Honestly, I mean, even here you really see it when these heads are that big. Luke and Leia look phenomenal, actually, insanely well done. Yeah, Leia. You have Han Solo. You once again have Trioculus, and you have the titular Zorba the Hutt, which we are gonna talk about, definitely. Mission from Mount Yoda. You have Han, Luke, whatever these things were. I forgot already. I'm sorry, these books went, if somebody were to tell me about these books, it goes into one ear and leaves from the other. There's nothing to say here. Yeah, Queen of the Empire, Han, Leia, Lando, and whatever, not sure. And Prophets of the Dark Side. Yeah, you have, once again, Luke, Ken, 2 Stormtroopers, and I think this is supposed to be Kadan, also one of the reoccurring villains. Yeah, no, nothing really to say. Also, all these titles are fine. They exactly tell you what happens in the book, because not a lot of stuff is happening in the book anyway. Obviously, Noah's fan fiction. Obviously, Noah's fan fictions have no own covers, but yeah, that's really all there is to say. So let's just start with the first one.
I find out the droid's name. It's HC-100.
HC-100, yeah, exactly. I think it was homework something like that. That was its thing. So yeah, an
homework checker 100.
Yeah, exactly. So that was Ken's. We're gonna talk about Ken. That's Ken's personal droid that keeps an eye on him, makes sure he makes his homework in the school he's going to. Yeah. Let's just start with Glove of Darth Vader. So the whole series, I mean, as far as I understood, it's briefly after, or not as far as I understood, the whole series is briefly after Return of the Jedi. Its canonicity, I guess you could say, is murky at best. I think there are parts of it.
Most of it is canon now at this point.
Yeah, it's been, I think so, yeah. They've probably picked it apart, pulled singular pieces into canon until basically the whole thing was made canon. Okay. Yeah, let's just start with chapter 1 of Glove of Darth Vader, the first book. I wrote down a nice little quote from 3PO that I wholeheartedly agree with, which is, Kessel has always been last on my list of places I wanted to see. I fully agree. I mean, Kessel, unfortunately, is a very, very central place in the Jedi Academy trilogy. I could have done without that, so I agree, 3PO. One of the first sentences makes a lot of sense here. So exactly. So there's a mission where where 3PO, partially 3PO, I think Luke, R2, and 3PO go to Kessel, and 3PO mentions that he's specifically getting a new head cover so that he doesn't stand out, because he basically, he has his golden look, obviously. Kessel is not particularly a nice place, not a clean place, and most droids there apparently have like a greenish or gray look, and so he's gonna get a green. I think he got a green headpiece, like a green armor as well, which is okay. Yep, that makes sense, because I'm usually surprised that nobody seems to recognize 3PO and R2, and I get it. Those are not, from their look, those probably are not unique droids. There are probably millions of droids out there, but I'm always like, I get you wouldn't. I mean, sure, you wouldn't recognize most droids, but R2 and C3PO, you may recognize those, because I would imagine like every official picture where like the group is on the leading figures of our New Republic, I would always imagine that these droids are on there as well. So like one or two people should usually know about them. So hey, there you go. I like that this was pointed out. Oh yeah, another thing that's kind of awkward. Han also has knowledge about what's happening on Kessel. He says, and I quote, "Things have gotten even meaner on Kessel. If they suspect you are a rebel ally, you're sent to the spice mines for life." Now that's a very interesting sentence, because if we mention, if you remember, later down in the timeline, a certain Han Solo is sent to Kessel all alone. They don't know what's going on there. Like,
wait, hold on. When
yeah.
did this book come out? I'm pretty sure this was first. So okay, so that's another problem with the Jedi Academy trilogy. Good job, everyone.
Yeah, like, I mean, look, if people were to say this is Jedi Prince, we shouldn't even consider it canon, I'm like, okay, fair enough. I can understand the argument, but this actually makes sense. It's like, yeah, like Kessel was a mean place. Now it's even meaner. Why wouldn't you assume this? And obviously they have information that rebels are getting shot down or are getting pulled into the spice mines for all of their life. And a few years later, Han Solo is gonna be sent there all alone. And people wonder why he doesn't come back. It's like, oh, well, yeah, we sent out messages, we didn't get anything, so I guess we're just gonna send out our hero alone. What's gonna get, like, nothing's gonna go wrong there. So yeah, I suppose this is the part where I can say that this book makes more sense than the JAT. Is that a fair thing to comment on? I think I can fairly say this. I would say sorry to anyone who likes the JAT, but I am not. So, just take it as
it's not very good.
It's really not. It's very damaging to the timeline. Please. I don't know yet if I can recommend people just go to Wikipedia and read a summary of the stories, because I'm not sure how important it is to actually know these stories for NJO and for everything that's generally going on later. But oh well, I shall see and make comments about that later. Yeah. Okay, so so The Glove of Darth Vader. Well, that's kind of a weird title, isn't it? And we really quickly get the sense, like the reason why this is even the name. So apparently, specifically, Vader's right hand was made to be indestructible. As you remember, Vader's right hand was cut off by his dear little son on the second Death Star. If it is indeed indestructible, that would mean that the glove of Darth Vader survived the explosion of the second Death Star. Do we need to comment on that, or does that just speak for itself?
Like why?
Like, okay. I mean, I'm not sure. Like, if it's actually indestructible, I mean, if you want a part of Vader to be indestructible, why not just everything? Like, why stop at the glove? I don't even get why this is something that should be done, because, like, oh yeah, that glove did a pretty shit job at protecting him. And could say, oh, that's just propaganda. They are bullshitting. But no, Darth Vader's glove, spoiler, actually still exists. It's
the crucial to the plot.
It is very important. And it even basically ends on a cliffhanger. I'm just going to spoil that as well, because who the fuck cares? Yeah, that glove actually is indestructible for no particular reason. It just is. And yeah, we have an Imperial conference that is basically searching for somebody to be determined the new emperor, which, okay, fine, that makes sense. And the glove is it's mentioned there for the first time. And just to, I'm not sure, I probably wrote it down somewhere later, but I'm just gonna get that out of the way. So there are, there's the Moffs in the Empire, the military guys, and then there's the Prophets of the Dark Side, which are also a faction in the Empire, and they really value this glove. And basically, in order to be even accepted as new emperor, the prophecy, more or less like a prophecy that these prophets have made, determines you need the glove to be recognized as the emperor. Which, I don't know, that's just a really, really shit way to govern your country. Like, I mean, I don't know, like, the emperor actually just was the most powerful thing in the galaxy, but possessing a thing, yeah, I'm not sure if that makes sense. It always reminds me of, like, I don't know, I mean, I guess it's fair to say it's like the Darksaber from the new canon, because it's like, oh yeah, possess this random object and you're the ruler of everything. That's a really dumb way. Or, like, I guess in Black Panther you at least needed to fight. Even that doesn't make sense, so yeah. Oh yeah, don't worry, Fabe, it's gonna get much worse. So yeah, look forward to that. Exactly. So the gang is gonna be sent onto Kessel, because like they know that something is going on there that they should investigate. So the gang is gonna get sent onto Kessel in a pod. I think it's specifically only 3PO and R2D2, which, a quote, should pass enemy defenses undetected, since it looks like a meteor. And then, I don't know, it has some visual, trickery going on there that makes it look like a meteor first, so it doesn't look sus when it's in space, and then it changes into the look of an Imperial probe droid. I was like, okay, I can sort of believe that. I mean, there was at least a recognition that this is a question that should be answered. Like, how the hell do they even land on this planet? But yeah, apparently it works like this. And we have another plot line going on parallel to that, which is Han, who goes to Cloud City. So Lando now still owns Cloud City. He is the current owner. Han wants to lease a place for him and Chewie, because because Han doesn't want to stay with Leia. And there's another little sub-faction inside the rebellion, which is called SPIN. So the Senate Planetary Intelligence Network. It's just, like, I don't know, a specific kind of unit in the rebellion. Han doesn't want to stay with Leia. I'm not a fan of that. And so he goes to Cloud City to live there now and gets a house. And that's the first chapter. I mean, what else can I say, really? Look,
judging what happens like 3 days later, this really doesn't make sense.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm always questioning myself, how serious should I take this story and how seriously should I comment on it? Because, yeah, like, what is there to say? Like, Han leaving Leia just because? It's like, why? There's no like I remember I've watched Return of the Jedi. Like, dude, with some authors, I seriously wonder, do you think I haven't watched Return of the Jedi? Or do you just think I'm stupid? Because I feel like it. And this is also something like, oh, I guess I'm Han Solo. I guess I'm kind of a bachelor. Yeah, sorry, Leia, bye. Like,
it's a year after Jedi, though. That's...
Yeah. Like, no reason given. It's not even, oh, we had a big fight or something, or we hate each other. It's not, nah, I don't feel like staying. So, bye-bye, I guess. Okay. That's chapter 1. Yeah. Let's just press on, I guess. Chapter 2. So, we have a little scene. Yeah, exactly. So 3PO and R2 are going through an underground passage, and 3PO pushed rocks out of the way in there. Which, okay, look, I'm willing to say, 3PO was kind of restricted as a character because, the suit and everything. It's a different era of filmmaking. I'm all willing to believe that. But still, like, is it weird for me that I still think 3PO being sort of a dainty, kind of awkward character when it comes to physicality? Like, I don't imagine him really. Maybe he can grab onto a few little things there, and I'm not sure how big these rocks are supposed to be, but he basically moves his way through the tunnel which he is in. It just made me remember Terminator 3PO from Children of the Jedi, which I guess was interesting, where he just pushes a metal door out of the way. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense then. Yeah,
in a way, Children of the Jedi was really just referencing this scene here.
Exactly. Can we really fault Barbara for this if she just references Jedi Prince? I mean, not in the scenes where it would actually make sense. I guess that's Kevin then. So yeah. But yeah, perhaps this one little thing can't be blamed on her. Who knows? Because somebody else sort of established that 3PO is actually pretty strong for reasons, I don't know. Like these are the things that I usually don't understand. It's, I can understand if you, let's say, you need your characters to be in a specific place at a specific time for the story to get forward. So you construct a situation that doesn't really make sense, but gets them there. It's like, if it's this, I can at least see the motivation. But this passage, like, there just could have been nothing there, or like just a little door or something, or just something that isn't a rock that's pushed out of the way by 3PO. I don't know. Perhaps that's just me, but I don't necessarily think that was necessary. Oh well. I guess one of the first real instances of this showing you that it's for a younger audience is that I think it's the prophets of the dark side who call each other, like, who greet each other with dark greetings. It's like, okay, that just sounds
edgy.
It's edgy.
Really cool.
Okay, look, I'm gonna be honest here. As a kid, and still out of nostalgia, I loved Shadow the Hedgehog. He's my edgy boy. But like, is it weird that Shadow the Hedgehog seems less edgy every day? It's like, he seems almost like a normal, well put together, a living being at this point. Oh well, yeah. Exactly. So we have a conference there on Kessel, where we are introduced to a character called Hissa. Hissa announces that the slave master on Kessel, who is called Trioculus, is actually the son of the Emperor. And of course, then would be in talks to becoming the new Emperor. And oh yeah, according to 3PO, Trioculus is handsome. There you go. Yeah. Pure shadow. I mean, he wanted his little emerald. He wanted his girl. Like, who can blame the guy, really? Was he that wrong?
Sometimes you just gotta pick up a gun.
Exactly. I actually have Shadow the Hedgehog on PS2. I never came around to play it, but I actually want to play it at some point. I just want to see what this game is about because I really like.
It's great. There's a lot of swearing.
It's perfect. There's an AK there, or like an MP. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Nice looking gun, yeah. I saw the trailer where Sonic is laying there dead. Like, oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. So yeah, I don't know. I guess 3PO can make observations about which people would be considered handsome by human standards. I guess he's a customs droid. Him not knowing that cannibalism is not accepted within the human societies at mostly makes this even weirder. I guess this is something that Jedi Prince got better than Barbara in this case.
What, C-3PO not being a cannibal?
No, 3PO actually knowing what humans would consider good or bad. Like, oh yeah, I guess humans would consider this kind of human, like Trioculus, attractive, instead of 3PO not knowing that cannibalism is kind of a no-no in the human society. Yeah, there you go. The Davids wrote 3PO more consistently than Barbara and Kevin. Or at least Barbara. There's an in-depth Swedish review of Shadow the Hedgehog with an obscene amount of racist jokes about the enemies of the game being black. There you go. I guess since Pico last, this isn't the most incorrect observation. So there you go. I'm unironically looking forward to playing it at some point. I imagine it just being stupid fun, like actual stupid fun. And as somebody who is pretty positive towards the character, who knows? Maybe I'll like it. Yeah, exactly. So the speciality of Trioculus, I mean, the name kind of gives it away, is that he has 3 eyes, 2 normal ones and 1 on his forehead. So he looks like Tien from Dragon Ball. He is apparently a mutant, so like part alien and part human. I guess that works because it seemed like an unwritten rule. Even with humanoid aliens, humans can't really reproduce.
I think it depends.
I guess so. I guess whatever. I'm not sure if we even get the identity of Trioculus' mother. I think we might. I've forgotten if we do. But yeah, like I think Twi'leks, even Marillions, or what they're called, I think all of them are too far away. But I guess whoever Trioculus' mother was, wasn't. So there you go. He was bullied because he had 3 eyes. Then he started to become basically the Star Wars equivalent of a Fed, and like ratted them all out if they did something incorrect, and that's how they bullied him back. He was very aggressive since childhood. That's something I get. Backstory, I suppose. I mean, the aggressive since childhood, I think that's almost kind of, I'm not sure if I want to say cool, but it's like, okay, Palpatine's son, I guess that is something you could consider. I mean, the nature of the Force was still very different there. It was more or less imagined to be something hereditary. So, yeah, exactly. Some Outer Romania probably had a bit... let's not even think about that. I guess that would make more sense, but yeah, like the 3 eyes thing is a consistent thing, so we need to ask these questions. But yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, apparently the Emperor was actually imperfect due to his lack of a 3rd eye, which I guess so. Yeah. Oh yeah, and as I said, we are introduced to a faction called the Prophets of the Dark Side, who basically work as more or less the fortune tellers of the Empire, and they have been around for some time already because they foresaw both of the Death Stars being blown up with the exact locations where they were gonna blow up, which makes me think, okay, I guess the Emperor didn't care then. He He didn't. I don't know. That was just a thing. Niobe. Oh yeah, I think I remember. Yeah. Oh well, we're gonna see. Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, he's propped up as, look at me, I'm the Emperor's son. There's no real proof needed for his heritage, which is weird. And oh well, that's just this. That's just it. And yeah, that's the end of the second chapter. It's getting real wild, real fast. So, chapter 3, Trioculus. Exactly. So we're basically talking. So they are basically talking about we need a new base for the empire now. While also he's shooting out the Imperial probe droids to look for the glove of Darth Vader, because as we learned, they need the supposed Emperor needs the glove to be accepted, and Trioculus doesn't actually have that glove, even though I think he kind of gave off the impression that he did, which is bad because of course he actually needs one. So he sends out all these probe droids, and yeah, we're getting a bunch of suggestions about what the Imperial base should be. And yeah, I guess, Pico, this is the first instance of what you mentioned. The suggestions were Tatooine, Bespin, Dagobah, and Hoth.
Yay. I know what those are.
I think a lot of people have heard of these places at some point. I think they're in these little indie movies that nobody's ever seen. I think that's that.
Why and they want to go to Dagobah, though?
I don't like. Would people even know that Dagobah is? I guess people would know that Dagobah is a thing. Like if they were to look at it on a map, it would be there. But like, why is this even an idea? Like, wouldn't you just be okay? Let's just go on a map, look places that we've never heard of. That probably is a good idea. I don't know. I do remember those places. Yeah, I remember those places from where I was a kid. Indeed. Yeah. Okay. So, and they even give reasoning why they are specifically mentioning those, because they need a planet which the rebels themselves wouldn't consider important. Okay, I guess. It also needs to be a place where their men wouldn't ever get so comfortable with their position that they are gonna get lazy. So I guess, like, I mean, Naboo didn't exist yet, but let's just pull up Naboo as an example. That seems like a pretty Earth-like planet with, I don't know, probably not a lot of very dangerous creatures you wouldn't need to look out for. It's a civilized planet. It has cities. I guess so, yeah. But it still needs to have a semi-functional base. The last one doesn't make sense because, like, I mean, I guess there is a base on Dagobah that we're gonna get introduced to later. I guess there sort of is a base on Hoth. That's, I think, where they even end up going to. Tatooine, not sure. I guess Jabba's palace, perhaps. I'm not sure. And what was the other one? Bespin. Oh yeah, I guess Cloud City, because that's all places I remember. I've heard of those. Yeah. Oh yeah, something interesting. We get what the supposed first job of 3PO was, which was a binary load lifter. Whatever that is, but there you go. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Like, of course, his first job was being a translator, but we didn't know that at that point, so I guess that's not something you can criticize. Yeah, and 3PO and R2, so they have spied there. They basically observed the entire conference, but now they need help to quickly get away, and they get saved by Luke and Akbar. I guess it's cool that Akbar's a thing. There you go. Akbar's here. He's doing things. Yeah, and yeah, that was the first time I mentioned, like, oh yeah, I unironically like that there's pictures in this book. Like, in an adult book, we wouldn't need one like every 3 pages like it's here. But like an occasional picture I would actually appreciate, like maybe a full page one, just show a scenery, whatever it is. That would be kind of cool. doesn't even need to be colored black and white like it's here. That's totally fine.
Apparently,
that might be. I wouldn't know, to be honest. Like, I'm just referencing. Obviously, I'm referencing the prequels now because we know that Anakin built those for built 3PO for Shmi, but that might be. I might just not remember that. Yeah, 3PO having to work with that stuff. I guess so. Like, I'm really. I don't even know what I would imagine a binary load lifter is. I guess he lifts loads, and they are binary. I don't know. But yeah, there you go. That was 3PO's first job, yeah. Chapter 4. Exactly. So Trioculus, he's getting pissed off because he wants the glove, but he doesn't have the glove. And everybody who questions him about his actions is getting punished immediately. And I'm like, so he announced his claim as the Emperor, but he doesn't actually have the one thing that he needs to be the Emperor or to be recognized as one. So I'm like, was time running away from you? I don't think it was. Like, and like, you can very comfortably search for this thing. You have time, whatever. And at some point you have the glove, and then you can be, oh, there you go. Also, I'm the Emperor's son. Finished. But we don't get that, so yeah. I suppose so. It's the only thing I could imagine. It's an automatic lifting machine. Yeah, perhaps. That just might be it. I mean, it's not like I lost a lot of thoughts to that, but I was like, oh yeah, I guess that was his first job. Not sure. Exactly. So Luke, Akbar, and the droids, meanwhile, they go to something called the Domed City of Aquarius. It's on Mon Calamari. It's apparently the only city that's fully underwater.
That's why they named it Aquarius. Good job, Mon Calamari.
Indeed, aqua. I know that means water. That's so smart. I'm not even sure if that's true. I'm trying to remember, but I can't believe I actually say this. But in JAT, weren't there actually more cities underwater, or were they like on top of the water? I don't actually know. It might be the only one completely submerged in water, and I was almost like, there has to be another one, right? But yep, I guess for now it's the only one. At least that's what the books tell me. So there you go. Yeah, and oh yeah, so they collected all kinds of data now on Kessel, but they're like, okay, you know, we're gonna send them from there, because like going to Yavin 4 immediately, I think they said like on the way to Yavin 4 there are so many Imperials, we don't want to go. We don't want to go there immediately. So yep, fine, I guess. And Trioculus will also go now to Mon Calamari because there's something called the Waladon Processing Factory. The Waladons, I mean, yeah, whale, megalodon, we get it. It's a big fish. They are a species that are basically harvested, I think, for food mostly by the local Imperials. Yeah, that whole thing made me wonder, like, how exactly does the government of this planet work? So Luke and Akbar can just like casually go there, but I guess there is an Imperial presence, but they just don't enforce their rule on the entire planet. I guess. I'm not sure. Like, they're just there, sort of minding their own business. The Mon Calamari, the Aqualish are just minding their own business, kind of. They're just there. I guess so, yeah. And we also get introduced to a very, very important character. Don't forget his name because it's going to be very important. Leviathor, the leader of the Waladons.
Leviathor.
Hey, I know Leviathan. I know that name. That means big, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's the big Chungus, yeah. He will flee to the Calamari city, which is just there. He's going to flee from Captain Dunwell, who, as far as I understood, is the overseer of that whole processing factory, to get help from there. So, that's how we gonna get Luke and Akbar back in action. Yeah, like the world building is just weird, and that's going to be a general thing. The world building is weird, if existent at all. But yeah, I kind of liked, almost you could say, like Luke goofing around with 3PO a bit. Like he made fun of his looks, and 3PO was like, "Oh my god, I hate looking like this," and I guess that was sort of fun. And yeah, Luke and Akbar are now going to pledge to help the Leviathan, so that's how they go back to action. Yeah, nothing to say. Chapter 5. So the Empire has a catching mechanism for the Valedons. Apparently, it's something that creates a gigantic whirlpool, which is powered by an antimatter furnace. Like, okay, I'm aware that this word was put in there because it sounds very smart, but antimatter furnace, that sounds very useful. Like it could probably power a lot of very useful things. I'm not sure how common they are in the Empire. They should probably be a lot more, but oh well, there you go. I mean, it's a large food processing factory. I guess that makes sense. Oh yeah, something interesting. I'm not sure I even quite understood what that meant. So, of course, the glove of Darth Vader part of the book. Of course, they would look around Endor first to find the glove, because that's where the battle took place, and that's where the Death Star was last seen. But apparently, the explosion sent the glove away until at some point it went through like a wormhole, and it came out at Mon Calamari. So Dunwell, now on Mon Calamari, could find it.
It's the Endor Gate.
It is the end.
I'm not joking. This
I guess
it's also responsible for the time travel crossover with the droids and Ewoks in the Marvel series.
Oh, that's good.
Noah, if you're still here, explain more about the Endor Gate.
Yeah. Hey, Marvel is something that goes beyond my knowledge and even my willingness almost of Star Wars. So if anyone wants to type, feel free to do so and explain Endor Gate to me, because it sounds fucking stupid. So it's perfect for Star Wars. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but exactly, it landed basically in front of Dunwell's feet. So the reason why Trioculus was called to come to Mon Calamari is, hey, there you go, I found your glove. Oh yeah, interesting thing. 3PO. Oh no, wait. So yeah, I was also on, like, Akbar and Luke are just freely walking around on the planet, like they're not even trying to disguise themselves. Which is like, this is an Imperial planet, right? Like, is it Imperial or isn't it? Because there's Imperials just fucking around there, but I guess they aren't actually enforcing their rule on the entire planet, which makes no sense to me. But yeah, they're just walking around minding their business. Yeah, once they learn about the butchering facility, 3PO describes his disgust at the idea of butchering the Valedons for food, which is interesting because cannibalism, that is something 3PO isn't disgusted by.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, I don't know. Is 3PO... I guess 3PO is a hypocrite. I'm not sure. Like, if you're programmed on human customs, it's very custom. It's a very usual custom for humans to consume meat. So I'm not sure what you're even talking about. But yeah, I think that makes more sense than suggesting cannibalism. So once again, there you go, Barb. Learn from the Davids on how to write 3PO. Yeah. Oh yeah. Apparently, without these Valedons, the Mon Calamari would literally die. Since so basically the so the Valedons are feasting on plankton in the water. The plankton that they eat, what, like, I'm not even sure how that works, So it's about carbon dioxide. Without these, like, if this plankton would just, I guess, grow, the whole planet would freeze. I guess the consumption is like, I don't know, it's a weird thing. So without the Veladons, there would be nobody to consume the plankton. That means the whole planet would be frozen over because there would be like no carbon dioxide or something. Oh no, like the plankton that the Veladons eat. This plankton is eating carbon dioxide. Like that's how it works, or something. Please don't ask me. So yeah, that sounds really, really bad. Like, like without this wild species that the Imperials, I guess, have just been harvesting for who knows how long. Like they're just sitting around there. There doesn't even seem to be a lot of Imperials present, but they're just doing their shit. And yeah, they would die without them. I guess they never took action until now, so there you go. Yeah. Oh yeah, and also this sounds like something that will be never mentioned again. I'm not sure if this is kept in the Mon Calamari canon. I would assume not. So yeah, exactly. So they are saving the whales, basically. That's their mission. Which is another thing, like, okay, I get this is more juvenile. Like, it's meant for a non-adult audience. I understand that. But still, am I the only one who has a tough time, like, dumbing your own brain down and being like, okay, I have to now stretch logic to accept that, okay, yeah, this is a YA book. It's not meant to be so logical, because I'm sure there's YA books out there that are like very logical. So I don't know. Perhaps it's just me. I'm not sure how you think about that, Pico, but yeah. I have a weird time dumbing myself down, but oh well. It may just be me thing.
I don't think the logic should be dumbed down. I think it's just the words used should be more juvenile.
Exactly. Like, if stuff wouldn't be logical, just don't talk about it, and nobody would be mad, because it's like, okay, yeah, you're not here to get an explanation for all these things. Like, you're allowed to just let some things be assumed, and that's fine. But yeah, you're writing stuff that is actually illogical, so yeah, that's very weird. Yeah, that's it. Chapter 6. Oh yeah, we get a nice quote. It's that it was an old Jedi rule of thumb to attack when the odds were overwhelmingly against you. So, like,
what does that even mean?
I mean, I guess, sure. Like, I was almost like, that this sounds like a more logical Jedi code than other things I've heard. But it's like, yeah, what does that mean? Like if you have the advantage, you just wait until you haven't. Again, is it that what I'm supposed to get from this? And it's one of those things, like, right? You didn't need to have the sentence in there, because nobody is expecting Jedi philosophy from a young adult novel series. You don't need the Force philosophy in here, but you chose to do it, and it's like, okay, I guess they wait until they are the underdogs or something. I don't know. Yeah. So Trioculus gets the glove. Yeah, apparently he gives off the idea that the glove itself would give him the possibility to use the Force choke, which he can't apparently do, but he is able to use Force lightning. I don't know if people did people ever consider that Force choking is like a Vader or like a Skywalker bloodline thing? Because I guess only Vader and Luke used Force choke in the original trilogy. Perhaps, I'm not sure. But yeah, apparently he was under the impression that he would get this power. He gets pissed that he doesn't, because of course that's not how it works. But yeah. Oh yeah, but something that we learn immediately after is, oh no, he actually can't use Force lightning, but he has implants in his fingertips which give him the ability to do that. But it's like it's very dangerous because I guess he's damaging himself while using that.
So what's the point of the glove?
Yeah. It's the glove of Darth Vader.
Yeah.
That's its point. Its point is that it is what it is.
It's super strong and indestructible, and it's awesome.
It looks like very cool. It's black. Black means evil. We need black. Yeah. There's that. Oh yeah, and apparently so he gets the gloves get like manipulated, so he will get something attached to it that creates high frequency sounds which shatter the eardrums and the brains of their victims. That sounds very useful. Sounds like a good weapon to use. Very effective. Also very violent, but still. I'm not sure if we're ever going to get vocal weapons again. I wouldn't imagine we get, because why would we? But oh well, yeah, there isn't anything more to say. And oh yeah, another revelation. Trioculus, he actually isn't the Emperor's son. We get that the actual son of Palpatine is somebody called Triclops. But he is too insane to actually function as a human, apparently. He can't be cured as a person, so he's not going to become the Emperor. And yeah, and apparently Trioculus and the Moffs made a deal to put him into power and then basically share the power once he's in there. So that's why they even supported him in the first place. I guess that makes sort of sense. And yeah, Luke finds Dunwell. I guess they have like fun banter there with R2 and 3PO. You know, I guess Barbara found her ways, but there's almost no way to fuck up 3PO and R2. Like, you actually have to mean it to screw them up. So yeah, there you go. So and yeah, Luke now activates the self-destruct mechanism of the whole facility because of course they want to save the whales. And chapter 7. So Luke uses so Trioculus is there. He wants, of course, to utilize his new powers in his glove. And Luke uses Dunwell as a human shield, which I said kind of based. It's like, is taking a human shield, even if it's an Imperial something? But perhaps it would be. I mean, it's in the heat of the battle. I can almost understand it, but it's actually interesting that he does that. Oh yeah, you didn't know. Yeah, so Dunwell, the Imperial, like the leader of the local facility, the Valadon facility, he's there while Trioculus attacks Luke with his new glove. And so Luke pulls Dunwell in front of him to use him as a human shield. Yeah. I don't even get so... I mean, Luke would imagine that Trioculus uses a force power against him. Because, of course he would assume that. He's just using the glove. So I'm not sure how he even thinks that just pulling the guy in front of him would actually stop the force. Because, yeah, to quote a very beloved character to me from a movie I hate a lot, and that's not how the force works. But I guess it does. So there you go. Oh yeah, Luke is briefly stunned by the lightning of Trioculus, but then in the end they both manage to escape. If Trioculus had a blaster with him, Luke would be dead, but he isn't, so that's lucky. The Valadons are saved, and that's it. That's the glove of Darth Vader. Yeah. I guess let's just try and do it. Out of 10, Pico. What is...
I don't know. 4, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe
perhaps.
5. Yeah, but 4 could be fair, perhaps, because there's just a lot of nothing. But yeah, I don't know.
The numbers on these ones are going to be very arbitrary for me. I'm telling you right now.
I have nothing to even compare those two. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess it deals no major damage to the timeline. I guess it's not like horribly insulting, but it's also just really, really bad. It's a story in the Star Wars universe. Yeah. So yeah, let's just move on. The Lost City of the Jedi, Chapter 1. Exactly. So Luke and the droids now, they go visit Han and Chewie in Cloud City. Han immediately questions Luke about Leia, like, oh yeah, what has she been up to? And he gets like very excited when he hears that she misses him. Which I guess it would be nice if Han wasn't there on his own will. Like, he can just go back. There's no reason to stay here. Like, nobody actually wants you to stay here but yourself, apparently. But then I was also thinking about, wait, this is Han Solo probably having the most normal domestic life that he's gonna get throughout the Star Wars universe. Which, yeah, made me think about the conclusions of that line of thought. Bantam's gonna bantam, I guess. There you go. Yeah. So Han apparently wants to really not give up his bachelor life. Okay. But what he does, that's it. I have nothing to say. Like, yeah, that's just it. I guess thank God that we didn't actually get a woman that he bangs in this time, because that would have been all sorts of fucked up. Like, I really hate it when in terms of making a new story, you feel the need to turn a character back to justify a story happening. I really seriously hate that. And like, I hated it in courtship already. It's like, we have a thing. You don't need to make this a thing. Pull in different characters if you must. Like, blank slate characters if you really have to. But don't turn back characters that are away. And Han Solo wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I guess I don't care about Leia. Lol, let's live a bachelor life again. Why would he? There's no reason. I don't get it. But yeah, that's what he wants now. I don't know. Oh yeah, but another thing that also then again doesn't make sense is that he builds in Cloud City, he builds basically a sky mansion that is supposed to be for Leia and also their eventual family that he sort of wants to have. But why are you broken up then? Like, Han, imagine the following. You go back to Leia and she has a boyfriend. Now what? Like, that's awkward. You could have just said, hey, I'm preparing a surprise for you. I'm gonna be gone for like a few weeks with Chewie.
Meet me on Cloud City on this one day.
Exactly. Come to Cloud City in a month or 3 months. I don't know. It's something very special. I don't want you to find out. I don't want you to snoop. Just come here. And that's a way you can safely eject Han out of the story without him being dumb as hell. Because he's dumb as a bag of fucking hammers. And I don't get why. But yeah, that's Han now. He wants to have a family life, but he's also broken up with Leia for no reason. So there you go. Yeah. Oh yeah. Apparently Luke has a Y-wing now instead of an X-wing. I didn't get why that was a thing, but because, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I remember from Y-wings is that they are pretty clunky.
And out of date, yeah.
Out of date and clunky because they are bombers, not like normal snub fighters, like that are supposed to be flying against other starfighters. So I don't know why he would have a Y-wing. Like, Luke, I'm not sure in which book it was that mentioned that he had an E-wing already. Was it Black Fleet Crisis? It might have been there, right in the beginning.
I think so, yeah.
That he has an E-wing. That makes more sense. He could even still just have an X-wing, which I guess I didn't even notice that he had one in the New Rebellion, but he had an E-wing before in the timeline. That's also an interesting thought I just had. But yeah, why a Y-wing? But yeah, an Imperial bomb that detonates right in his face inside the starfighter, but it doesn't kill him. I don't know. Bombs are just weak in Star Wars, I guess, because yeah, that's gonna be also a thing in the New Rebellion, which we are gonna talk about. Bombs just exploding in people's faces, but them also just not dying. Oh well, yeah, that happens. Oh yeah, apparently. So, of course, his ship is kind of a mess now, but on Bespin, where they are, there are no spare parts. So what they are now forced to do is take Han with them and fly to Yavin 4. He meets Leia there, and then he kisses her, which I guess means they are together. I don't know. Perhaps, perhaps not. I guess. Is that the thing young people want to read about? Perhaps they do, and perhaps I'm just not a youngster anymore. I guess. I don't know. And yeah, and now Luke has a dream about the titular lost city of the Jedi. So in his dream, he gets a code by Obi-Wan, which is a hilarious code. Just bear with me. So it's GE minus 99 minus DI minus 88 minus FOR minus 00 minus CE. So it's Jedi Force with a set of two numbers.
Digits, yeah.
Digits, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess that's a subtle code. But yeah, apparently there seems to be an important place that he needs to find, which is the lost city of the Jedi. And apparently someone who is very important to his destiny lives there. And so he tries to search the place. Yeah, exactly. This is the code that, I mean, it's the literal code that is written out that way in the book. Like, Jedi Force. Great. I love it. Yeah, exactly. And Luke goes out now, so I guess that's it. Yep. Chapter 2, we get introduced to a very important character called Ken. For now, only Ken. He has access to a thing that I hate because it has no explanation, which is a Jedi library, which we don't get where he is at that point, but it's clear that it's the lost city. And yeah, let's just get the Jedi library out of the way. I don't think we ever get a reason. I think, I'm not sure if it's from this book and maybe I've just forgotten, or if it was put in there by other people at some point, but apparently it's the people who, like the Jedi who took out Exar Kun, who then put their knowledge in there, like Exar Kun way back in the Tales of the Jedi era. But then just like that would make me wonder, they have all sorts of very like recent information there, which they probably shouldn't have because they also have like personal information. And we never really get an explanation why that is the thing. But it's there and we have to accept it for now. And yeah, Ken is there. He has access to this library. He's there with a few other people. He's there with somebody called Zebo. So it's a species called Muka, which is just his pet. HC-100, so he's a homework correction droid. So it's like almost like his nanny or something. I don't know. He has somebody called Microchip. I think it's just going to be called Chip later. He's like his droid friend, basically. And somebody called DJ-88, who is the guardian of the library. Yeah, so he dreams about meeting the Alliance, and he even gets taught down there that, like, oh yeah, the Empire is evil, the rebels are good. And yeah, he literally gets called the Jedi Prince. So, that's the titular serious name here. Exactly. Oh yeah, HC, we get another interesting thing here. HC says that Chewie apparently is 205 years old, which I don't think is correct. I don't think that's the most recent age we have for Chewie. So I guess, there's nothing that claimed otherwise, so he is 205 for now. And Ken wants to go to Top World, so obviously just outside. He does something interesting, which is construct his own key card that can access the tube lift that sends him up. Which I'm like, why? Like, doesn't that kind of thing, I don't know, have like a microchip or like a hologram thing, like your ID card or something that is like the important part, like that actually gets you up? I don't know. I guess he just had A, time to construct that thing, and B, also just walk out there. And it works. Yeah, so there you go. No one guards the lift, apparently, which that's nice. Yeah, I was like, oh, if you do a Truman Show thing with him, I could almost be like, okay, that's kind of cool. I guess it would make sense that somewhere in the galaxy this kind of thing would exist, but they don't. And yeah, apparently Ken was put into the city by a Jedi in a brown robe. And now there's the speculation that because Luke specifically talked to Obi-Wan in his dreams, that it might be him. So there you go. That's him for now. Oh yeah, chapter 3, interesting thing. So we got introduced to Grand Moff Dunhausen, who wears apparently he wears little blasters as earrings. I guess that's a thing. Like, is Luke gonna gift Mara, I don't know, lightsaber earrings at some point? Perhaps you're gonna see that. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's a bunch of people. Yeah, we get introduced to a bunch of people who wait for the Supreme Prophets to bless Trioculus as the new emperor before they actually accept him. One of them is called Admiral, I think Grunger was his name, which sounded very that sounded very German. Interestingly enough. Yeah, and a faction called Compnor, which apparently is just Imperial terrorists. Fine.
What does that even mean?
I'm not sure if we get what the letters stand for, but I guess it's Compnor, Imperial terrorist. Like, I don't know. What do they bomb even? Like, what is there to bomb for Imperial terrorists? Like, don't the rebels have nothing yet? Whatever. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, and I also wonder like how the glove didn't turn up earlier. That also made me wonder. I questioned how much after Return of the Jedi even is. But yeah, I guess it was lucky enough that they found it for the stories. There you go. Luke now meets a healer from the Hodin species. His name is Baji. He's from the planet of Moltok, and he also meets Ken and Chip. Just let's get this out of the way as well. This dude called Baji, do we ever get why he even is on Yavin 4? Because he's just there. Yeah, I don't know. He is there.
He's there.
He's there. That's good. We have a friend. Yeah. Yeah, Ken is like very happy to see him. He's like, oh my god, you're my hero, and Luke is very humble about it, which makes this is a better Luke scene than a lot of Bantam scenes. I like to point that out whenever that is the case. But I guess this is a Bantam scene, but yeah, adult novel Bantam. Yeah, there you go. He is very correctly confused how Ken knows all sorts of stuff about him, which shouldn't really be public knowledge. And like I said, we're never gonna get really any explanation on why such recent information is even in there. But well, Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, DJ. He arrives at the scene as well. He's like, Ken, you shouldn't have run away. He uses a smoke bomb to get Ken then. I guess Luke can't see Ken anymore because the Force isn't a thing, I guess. And yeah, that's it. Moving on. Chapter 4, we get introduced to a character called Kadan. He is the leader of the prophets, and he's also a spy master. Apparently, he should not be lied to according to Hissa. But considering they do lie with that whole Emperor's son business, I'm not sure how that exactly worked. But yeah, he's a spy master, which means he's always going to have all information that he shouldn't have. That's just something I accept as the code. Oh yeah, apparently
par for the course at this point.
Yeah, it's like spies. Oh well, sure. They are there. They're doing their thing. Information needs to go to places, so that's the thing now. Oh yeah, apparently Kadan blessed the Emperor. Fine. There you go. I don't know when Kadan is since when Kadan is supposed to be a thing. But yeah, at some point he blessed the Emperor. Well, that blessing turned out really nice for him. So yeah. Exactly. So yeah, Triclops, we get once again reminded of him. Triclops is the actual son of the Emperor. His eye is not actually on the forehead, but it's on the back of his head. The Emperor shunned him since apparently he feared that one day Triclops might become stronger than him, and then therefore sent him to Kessel. Okay, I guess so. I'm not sure why you would make a baby if you don't want to one day lose your position to your son. But yeah, I guess Sheev was too horny to consider it at the time, and also just didn't outright kill him.
Sheev was probably drowning in bitches, to be fair.
Exactly. At some point, there's probably one every hour they're claiming they have birthed a son to him, which makes sense, I guess. But yeah, he's sent to Kessel. There is a reason why he doesn't get killed, actually. That reason is very interesting. We're going to get to that one later. And yeah, he explains, so Kadan explains that there is a second prophecy. It speaks about a Jedi Prince that will destroy the Emperor, which apparently never was a factor until now, but that's the new prophecy. So, of course, the Jedi Prince now needs to be dealt with, from the perspective of Trioculus. Yeah, and that's really it. Chapter 5. Oh yeah, Imperial probe droids land on Yavin, and the rebels just let them be there, I guess. That whole I don't know, don't you occasionally have ships in orbit who this is kind of our place, I guess we should maybe guard it, because it seems very, very apparent that everyone knows that the rebels are on Yavin, and if you're not going to relocate, you may as well put up defenses. Otherwise, why even bother to stay there? But yeah, there you go. Probe droids are very free to move around. Same thing with Luke and Akbar on Mon Calamari in the first book. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I was like, yeah, just imagine. So okay, Trioculus does something interesting. He sends a black ball-shaped camera through the roof of the conference room of Spin, so the spy faction inside the Rebel Alliance, and they can't manage to shoot it down. And I was like, if I just imagine that this thing was a bomb, all of them would be dead. So, but yeah,
Thankfully it wasn't a bomb though, so we're good.
Thank God, yeah. It just wasn't a bomb, so that's very lucky. And yeah, Trioculus, he lays his eyes on Leia, and he starts to simp for her, basically. He's gonna be a simp throughout these books, which is gonna get very interesting, but oh well, yeah. Yeah, so the bomb Yeah, exactly. So the camera, it turns out it might be a bomb. It starts to count down from 20. But it just, why, like, okay, countdowns, I think countdowns have a very, very specific use. Especially if it's places where people you don't want to harm could get harmed. Like, that these people have time to go away. That's what countdowns are for, I think. Or if you want a very specific time and place where something needs to get destroyed. But there's this camera there that just is staying around, and it's counting down from 20 before it explodes. Why not just detonate it? There's not a single Imperial there. All your enemies are there. But it doesn't happen. So Luke instead gets to destroy it. Just dumb. Oh well. And yeah, since that plan didn't work out, Trioculus sends something out that's called TNTs. TNTs are tanks which burn down the entire Yavin forest, or like, okay, not the entire, obviously, but the surrounding Yavin forest, by shooting neutron fireballs everywhere. Whatever that means, but it's neutron, so it sounds smart. It's probably dangerous.
Almost quantum, probably.
I mean, quantum is very high up there. That's tough to beat, obviously, but yeah, it might come close to quantum. I mean, yeah, we talked about it. Like, yeah, Yavin 4 is a place that deserves to burn, like, to a crisp for all eternity.
Well, technically not yet, though.
Not yet. Fair. That's fair. But yeah, later on. Is it fair to say that Trioculus was he more successful, less successful than Dala on burning this place down? I guess that's, I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably more, honestly.
It might be. Yeah. I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah. But exactly. So the stormtroopers, they find Baji. Obviously. So Baji is a healer that was established. And Trioculus, since he was warned about the powers and that he can't quite properly use them, has now become blind. So, of course, he needs the healer to heal him back and give him his eyesight. So he's going to go with him. I have no idea what to say. Just moving on. Chapter 6. Yeah, so Baji, he was about to get back to his home planet, apparently. And yeah, Ken apparently escaped out to like top world a second time, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Like, we never get why he is on Yavin 4. I'm not sure why he is there. He's just there. He likes it there, I guess. The jungle is so nice. But yes, so he's supposed to heal Trioculus. Oh yeah, apparently Baji knows what Vader's glove is, because it's like, oh yeah, that thing has destroyed your eyesight, and it's what's caused you your illness, and it will eventually also cause Trioculus death if he doesn't take it off, because apparently it's destroying his nerve receptors. Trioculus gets mad about it. It's like, I don't get why, because like for now we only had the information you need to possess the glove of Darth Vader to be considered Emperor. But like, as far as I imagine, like, how many people actually got to see the Emperor Palpatine on a regular basis? I guess Vader, probably Tarkin, Mara Jade might be there, Said Pistache, but like, no, I don't think a lot of people. So like, just go away, sit somewhere in your little room, give out your orders, and just never wear the glove. But yep, he doesn't do that. He instead gets pissed that he can't actually use that thing. And yeah, so Baji gives him something that's called Kibo seed, which is apparently something that he needs to eat for 100 days to stop the effects of the glove fully. And yeah, but the TNT, so he has that back at his home, but the TNTs, the tanks, they like burnt down the hut of Baji before he could get those. And Trioculus is like, oh, he's like sad about it basically because he just destroyed his own chance of saving. It's like, okay, I guess this was comparable to Admiral Zhao from The Legend of Aang. It's like, oh, he's burning down his own ships. Look at him. But yeah, that's that. I guess nothing more to say. Chapter 7, yeah, so the burning down is actually kind of not good because apparently the rebels can't breathe without the rainforest there.
What?
Oh no, like they can't breathe. Yeah. I mean, how many of them are there? Like a few thousand, perhaps. Like Jesus Christ, we have an Amazon rainforest that helps the entire world of like 8 billion people. This entire planet is a forest. Like there's nothing more than forest there. So yeah, but oh yeah, and apparently that the forest is also used to create very important and rare medicine. Like, well, that's not good, obviously.
Wait.
Yeah.
In the Jedi Academy trilogy, isn't it implied that we haven't, no one's gone back to Yavin 4 since episode 4?
That could be indeed the case, yeah.
So how is there medicine, like rare medicine here?
Yeah.
Or rebels at all, because all their equipment is what.
Exactly. All their equipment is supposedly from the trench run. Except it's not.
Okay.
It is what it is. Just accept it and move on. It's not that
It's just another Kevin moment. No big.
It's Kevin being Kevin. I like that I semi-established Kevinism as a term because yeah, Kevinism is it tells you everything you need to know about the situation. But yeah, oh yeah, I think so. Han and Ken also meet, and Han is like, yeah, Han obviously believes he's the best Corellian pilot that exists, and Ken is like, oh no, there's somebody else who's like done the castle run in I think less parsec. I'm not sure, or like less standard time units. That's when they thought parsec, even though parsec is an actual unit as far as I understand, which does mean distance and not time. But apparently people back then thought less than 12 parsec was it, that it meant time, when it very clearly doesn't. But oh well, yeah, and they have like a brief fight over, oh no, Han, no, I'm actually the best Corellian pilot. Yeah, I just want to remind you that the entire forest is burning, and people are probably gonna die, and less people are gonna get saved in the future. But yeah, there you go. That's that. Yeah, and oh yeah, I mean, people are confused why Ken knows all of this, but it's just never gonna get resolved. It's in the library. Don't worry. Okay. Oh yeah, interesting thing. So the Jedi Knights who built the Jedi library, they dug holes that are supposed to release heat from the core of the planet out to the atmosphere, which is supposedly used to control the weather. Okay. I mean, so if this is a thing, imagine the following scene. Darksaber. Let's just put out Darksaber. A bunch of TIE fighters are attacking. That's really, really not good. How about using the underground weather control facility to create a few tornadoes? Does that sound useful? I mean, Stream does that. Fair. But apparently you can do that from underground while never running the risk of being shot.
Yeah.
And yeah, and you can just hide there even. Like, I don't think they would ever find you. Like, literally, nobody would ever find you down there. So why not just go? Because, yeah, there's no reason not to. Exactly, yes. So obviously they need to control the weather to make it rain so that the fire stops. But DJ is like, I actually don't have that information. I don't know how to do that. I've studied like everything, and we don't have that. And then Luke's like, oh wait, I got this random code in my dream from Obi-Wan. So he tries to use that code, and surprise, the Jedi Force code is what actually saves the day. The code activates a rainstorm that starts to quench the fire. Yet Trioculus, he tried to save a few of the Kibo seed that Baji had in his house, which means he got very badly burned. Basically, all but one transports have been destroyed, which of course means he gets to escape. And now Trioculus wants to take Leia as a hostage to make her Queen of the Empire. Why?
I don't know.
It's a story. I guess it is a story. So yeah, that's the second one. Out of 10. I don't know.
3, I guess. No. You know what? It gets bonus points for burning down Yavin 4.
Fair. 3, maybe 3.5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, 3.5. Usually 3, but 0.5 more for burning down Yavin. Yeah. So that's really that. Let's just go on with the next one. Zorba the Hutt's Revenge. Ugh. Okay.
The worst character in the series?
Possibly, yeah. I think I can agree. Yeah, Zorba the Hutt, like Zorba looks like a meme. You remember that episode from SpongeBob where there's this old cook that's been in the Krusty Krab like way before SpongeBob was, and there's this picture of Squidward who has like long hair, which sort of just looks like a meme. That's what Zorba the Hutt looks like. He's just Jabba, but with long hair, apparently, and also a long beard. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's Zorba the Hutt. Luke, Ken, 3PO, and Chip all go to Tatooine for the annual Jawa Droid Fest, which is a thing, to buy a house droid for Han as a housewarming gift. Yeah, there you go. That's how they are there. I was like, yeah, Han seems to live an actual peaceful domestic life. So how are you gonna manage to fuck it up? But yeah, apparently the palace of Jabba was taken over by the Tatooine government for a while, so that old people got to live in there. But now it's vacant. Okay, there you go. That's all we need to know for now. Lando does still run Cloud City, which is gonna be very important. And yeah, and what Luke and Leia managed, what Luke, Ken, 3PO, and Chip managed to find is a droid called KT-18, but they just call it Kate. And I wonder, like, if the letters are KT, why isn't the droid just named Katie then? I don't know.
Because
would that have been too predictable, I guess? I don't know. So you gotta make it Kate. Yeah, but there's Kate. She seems like a very strict person, and she specifically mentioned how she straightened out Corellian pilots to become nice and also get married. And one even has 6 children by now. I don't know why she even knows that this is a thing. I guess her old masters keep up with her or something. I don't know, but yeah, she's very proud of that fact that, oh yeah, he's a Corellian. He's like, he pretends he's a better. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get him fixed for you, I guess. So there you go. And they get attacked by Tusken, which happens, of course, because Tatooine. I remember the Jawas. I remember droids. I do also remember the Tusken. Wow. And Jawa's Palace, obviously. We had everything. Just
It has everything I like.
Exactly. Yeah. From that one movie I like to watch. It's like it was like a perfect Tatooine checklist. Like we just didn't go to Obi-Wan's house and we didn't go to the Lars farm. But like we had Tusken, we had droids, we had Jawas, we had Jabba's palace. Perfect. It's all set. Yeah. And another thing I already noticed here, and that's going to be a thing throughout all stories, also Noah stories, is that Ken goes along on all sorts of adventures, but Ken is a child, so he shouldn't go. But he does. And there's even going to be an argument later on, like, oh yeah, but you, Luke, you went out when you were young. It's like, yeah, but I was 19, and Ken is like, what, 10 or something?
12, I think.
Yeah, probably. It's like, there is a difference between that. I think everybody should stop bullshitting themselves and recognize it. But the characters won't do that, so that's cool, I guess. But yeah, Ken will go along on all sorts of different, very, very dangerous missions, which are going to get him in all sorts of trouble, and also his allies, because they always then need to save him. Because, of course, they can't just let him die there, which I guess makes sense. But yeah, that's it. Chapter 2. We get introduced to a character called Zorba. Zorba is Jabba the Hutt's father, who now wants to visit his palace. And I guess he never got the memo that Jabba is kind of dead, and kind of has been dead for like a while now. Like he's been burned to a crisp. You can probably still find his corpse somewhere around the skiff at the pit of Carcoon. But yeah, apparently Zorba never got the memo, and Jabba is dead. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, apparently in the play, like, so he goes to the palace, and of course the security, like the security camera, we remember that. I guess it's the same thing that is still there. But now, of course, it's programmed against him. It's like, oh no, this is a vacant place, and Hutts are not welcome here. Which is like, oh, I guess we get a bit of Star Wars racism here. I mean, fair, it's Hutts. You probably don't want Hutts anywhere near you, because they actually just all want to be the most horrible beings at all times. So yeah, there you go. The Empire now set a bounty on Ken, but apparently they can't reveal any details about his looks or his origins. But it's like, how are you gonna find a kid that has no details and no origins known about him? Like, of course, it's always gonna be Lucky, because it's gonna be like, oh yeah, he's traveling with Luke Skywalker. That has to be him. But if nobody knows what he looks like, who he even is, where he could be, how do you expect anyone to find it? I mean, of course, they will still manage, because we need the rest of the plot to happen. But yeah, that's it. We get introduced to a very fine race, which I've been told is very important later on in the timeline, which is a Barabble. I'm not sure if this is the first introduction of a Barabble even. Apparently,
let me check.
Apparently, there's been once in the Thrawn trilogy, so that could be the first introduction. But yeah, Barabbles. We're looking forward to them.
Dark Force Rising is the first appearance.
Dark Force Rising, yeah, okay. That's fair. And yeah, but this one is called Tibor. Yeah. I wonder if Saba Sabatine spoke on Tibor's eulogy at one point. That would be cool. But yeah, Zorba finds out about Jabba's death, and also specifically, which is interesting, because there really shouldn't be any witnesses to that left, but somehow Zorba finds out that it's specifically Leia who killed Jabba, which means he now swears to kill her, which is not good. Yeah. Oh, Tibor, the Barabble, he has something called a portable anti-orbital ion cannon, which that sounds very strong. I guess good for it.
Sounds very useful, honestly.
It sounds like something probably thousands of people should have all the time. Because, like, just shoot up. Like, there could be ships there. You could manage. But oh well. Oh yeah, and okay, apparently that's unfortunately a setup. Huts can see ultraviolet light. And there is a very special room in Jabba's palace that only he can see because he can see ultraviolet light. Nobody has yet accessed it before. There is a special droid in there called CB99, which in some ways will be the instrument of his revenge. I'm even struggling to remember what CB99 did, but it's a droid. So Jabba is a droid now. Yeah, chapter 3. Yeah, Luke and Ken get attacked by bounty hunters. Luke kills them, and Ken doesn't complain, which had me determine that Ken is smarter than Akana, which is good. Hey, Akana is very dumb. Your character should be smarter than her. Lando is introduced back into the story. He's being himself, so he is better than both in Kevin's books and Barb's books, which is good. That also should be your your standard minimum. Like, okay, at least, I mean, yeah, perhaps we didn't write the
better
best.
than Kevin.
At least better than Kevin, right? It's like, okay, yeah, fair, right? But yeah, so Trioculus, he's doing something very interesting. He's farming in the Rethin Sea, is I guess what I'm supposed to pronounce it. It is the liquid core of Bespin. I remember Bespin from that one movie that I watched. Because apparently down there are a bunch of rare metals and also Tibanna gas. And he threatens Lando to overtake Cloud City if he doesn't stop complaining, because apparently all that mining activity creates a bunch of like gas that rises up and eventually reaches Cloud City, and people are complaining that it stinks up there, I suppose. But it's like, why isn't he just taking over? Like, the fuck kind of security does Cloud City have? Like, it's a city. There's nothing there. There's a bunch of Tibanna gas miners. Probably the entire security force is Lobot. And 5 soldiers, perhaps. Just go up. But yeah, as we would eventually learn from also this movie, obviously, is that the Empire struggles to with anything that involves up, whether it's looking up, whether it's going up. So I guess you can say in a way that The Rise of Skywalker was consistent with Jedi Prince, which is good.
That's convenient.
That is very convenient, yeah. Up is very difficult. The Empire wouldn't know. So let's not bully them too much, I guess. Yeah, apparently Han is very chummy with Leia, but they are just not together for a reason. Like, that reason hasn't been relevant for it. I mean, it actually has never been relevant. But they're just like, why not be together? Like, you have plenty of reasons why Han wouldn't be present in the story. Just come up with something better than, oh well, lol. I guess I don't want to. Yeah, exactly. And we get what we spoke about before. The air is polluted by something that's called braze. So that's the thing that they produce, which is just brown haze. I mean, it sounds less cool than purple haze, but there you go. Yeah, brown haze, that's the thing. And yeah, what Han does is so Han's place is flying, and what he keeps doing is that he keeps letting his mansion rise up so he doesn't have to smell the gas, I think. Although I would imagine that the gas just keeps rising itself anyway. Like, I guess it dispels. I don't know. Perhaps it does. But yeah. Oh yeah, and apparently because he keeps doing that, Leia gets a bit pissy, and she's like, you can't keep running away from your problems. Which you got that? That has a double meaning. Because Han is literally running away from a problem. And he's also running away from Leia. That's smart writing. But yeah, and now Zorba arrives on Bespin. So yeah, Zorba arrives on Bespin, and he wants Jabba's. Apparently, Jabba had a penthouse suite there. He wants that. He, I think, even gets that because he just gets to threaten the people. And yeah, for reasons I don't know. Yeah, he's there. He's a thing now. And Lando, of course, is there. He sees how much Zorba sucks at Sabak. And, apparently Huts can't be reasoned with. He's like, okay, we're gonna play all or nothing. If Lando loses, he's gonna lose Cloud City to Zorba. And if Zorba loses, I guess he's gonna get a bunch of goodies, and Zorba is gonna leave. And I'm like, okay, Lando is the active governor of Cloud City. So why isn't he executing his government, like the will of his government, I guess, by using his guards to yeet him out? Like, I guess Lando is cocky. I suppose you can say that. I wouldn't say he's dumb. And it's like, okay, yeah. Hey, this is my place. No, you don't get to threaten your way into a penthouse suite. You also don't just get to demand a game about the whole city. So how about you fuck off? But yeah, apparently people care about the feelings of a hut. So there you go. And yeah, and of course, Lando is like, we're gonna play with the cards of the house. But Zorba doesn't want to. Zorba actually wants to play with his cards. And what he does is he pulls out something that apparently is Jabba's last will to be like, oh yeah, actually I have a claim on all of this. So I'm still gonna give you a shot. You're gonna we're gonna play with my cards. Of course, those cards are rigged because they have ultraviolet signs on them, which lets Zorba know at all times which cards, I guess, Lando has in his head. And in the end, Lando very proudly loses Cloud City. Yeah. This okay, we had a bunch of those already. I think this book almost it did a good job solidifying my hate for Sabak. Like I seriously, I don't know why, but I hate this game. Or no, I do know why, because it's a plot device in all books I hate, apparently. But yeah, and also, I mean, I don't have a big knowledge on Sabak, but wasn't the point of the game that your cards, like you have a deck of cards, you can have the worst deck ever in your hand, but then the cards change and you have a completely new set of cards. Isn't that what the point of this whole game was? So if Zorba has ultraviolet signs that can tell him, this sign means this card, what kind of use does it even have if the cards keep changing? Perhaps that wasn't a rule back then and people just didn't know what Sabak was. That could be it. But I'm almost sure, like, did Heir of the Empire have a Sabak game scene? Because I'm trying to think it might have had. But like, isn't there any scene where we already get the explanation that, oh yeah, right, in the Lando trilogy, like doesn't the Lando trilogy have a Sabak game where the cards also keep changing? Like, because that's the whole point of the Sabak game. And yeah, but apparently it doesn't have here. There you go. Lando lost Cloud City. I guess as a little pause here, what are your thoughts on Lando losing Cloud City? Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, I stepped out for a sec.
No, it's all fine.
I heard something about Sabak.
Oh yeah, I complained about the Sabak game because isn't the whole point of Sabak that the cards keep changing at all times?
I think that's a specific variant.
I guess
which is still stupid, but
yeah, because I'm like, I was wondering, like, did we at this point in time have a specific way of playing Sabacc? And then I remembered, yes, wait, we had the Lando trilogy. We have this thing with the changing cards in the Lando trilogy already. But yeah, Lando, Lost Cloud City. Do you you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed. Not in Marcel coming. Marcel coming here is great.
Hello.
Hi, Marcel. How are you?
Good. What book are we on?
We are on chapter 4, Zorba the Hutt's Revenge.
Oh, wow.
We've just gotten to a perfect scene, which is Lando losing Cloud City to Zorba the Hutt in a Sabacc game.
Heartbreaking scene.
Maybe you know more about this because I'm not quite sure. Is the point of every Sabacc game ever that the cards are randomized, or is there Sabacc, like, are there Sabacc rules where the cards don't randomly change?
I think there might be Sabacc rules where the cards don't randomly change, but they're playing like under like Bespin rules or something like that.
I guess
there's different like sets of rules, but in most games of Sabacc, it's completely randomized unless you throw down the Idiot's Array or something like that.
I think something like that was there.
Like the idiot card like locks things into place or something like that. Is that?
Oh yeah, I think I remember that, but I've never paid that close attention to Sabacc, I have to admit. So
yeah,
it might be that, yeah. But yeah, because I was like wondering, wait, if the whole point of Sabacc is that the cards keep changing, why the hell would it even be of any use for Zorba to have ultraviolet signs on the back of the cards if they change anyway? But perhaps this was a kind of Sabacc game where that doesn't happen. Because I was wondering, like, did we at this point in like our timeline, like the real world, did we have a book where we had Sabacc being specified as one kind of game? And I was like, yeah, wait, the Lando trilogy even had that. We had the random Sabacc card, so yeah.
I expect that the rules probably came from like a West End Games module, but I just don't know which one it would be.
Yeah, might be probably because but yeah. So this book, it enhanced my, how would you say, innate distaste for the game of Sabacc. I'm not a fan of it because it keeps being used as a weird plot device. And usually the plot that it is a device for, I don't like anyway. Most notably, so still Dark Apprentice, but yeah, here as well now. So yeah, Lando lost Cloud City, but as you can see from Pico's subtitle, he's gonna get something way better afterwards. Oh yeah, chapter 5. So, okay, so I have two angles here with me. That's gonna be good. So Lando calls himself. He describes himself with a word, which is, and I'm just gonna post it in chat if the chat doesn't censor me. It's called cocksure. You guys are anglers. Is that a common term, or like even a known term? Like, is
that's I've used it before.
You have, okay.
Yeah.
Then I won't say anything. It's just like, okay, that was a.
I wouldn't say it's a common term. But I've heard it before. I've used it before. It's used to describe someone who's basically like kind of full of themselves, arrogant.
I see. Yeah. Cocky and also sure are kind of in there, I guess. Yep.
Yeah. It's a good word, actually. I don't know. I like
it. It is an interesting word, I have to say. Exactly. Yeah. So. Okay, so Lando contacts Han now to inform him about his loss, of course, and also Zorba having a quest for revenge against Leia. And yeah, like I don't even get where Lando hears this from, but yeah, we spoke about it. Like I don't remember how there was even any witnesses for Leia being the one who killed Jabba, because didn't like everyone but basically Bib Fortuna die there?
Maybe it's Bib Fortuna then.
Perhaps it was Bib Fortuna. Perhaps his little head was crawling around somewhere. Who knows? He was there like, oh yeah, it was Leia. Kill her. But yeah. So okay, so then there's an interesting development. So we are in Han's flying sky mansion. His droid, Kate, just falls down the balcony. Like, I'm not even sure why she did that, but I guess she just leaned over, or like maybe it was, I don't know, a sudden movement of the mansion or something. She falls over and down towards the Regency. Luke and also for some reason Leia go down like in a vehicle to catch her. But it takes them, like, it takes very long for them to catch up to her, which is weird because, like, as far as I understood, like, she falls down and then they immediately go to a vehicle. But yeah, they managed to go so far down until they just by chance see Trioculus factory. And of course, they fly too close to it. The automatic defenses shoot them down. Then they crash land there. Luke is trapped in literally a gas chamber. That's not made up. That actually it was a gas chamber. And Leia gets captured to have interesting things happen to her at the hands of Trioculus. So there you go. Chapter 6. Oh yeah. Apparently Han waited for like a few hours until they were like, you know, Luke and Leia, they're like gone for a very long while. Perhaps we should have a look what's going on with them. It's like, yeah, you probably should have had that look after like 5 or 10 minutes. They just didn't. So yeah, and now Han goes to look for them. In the time when Han is gone, Ken takes one of his, like, I don't know, vehicles. He goes out to fly. He gets arrested for underage driving. Of course, he's both underage and he has no license. And also, since he is kind of gullible and he starts explaining his life story, that means the people realize, oh wait, this is the Ken, the Jedi Prince, that the Empire set out a bounty for. And yeah, so he's gone now. And then at some point Han comes back and he once again leaves, this time in the Falcon. Yeah, so that was an interesting development. Ken is now arrested. Leia,
I guess you could say Ken was a little too cocksure.
he was indeed too cocksure, yeah, which is uncomfortable to think about, but he was indeed, yeah. Exactly. So Trioculus, I did already describe that Trioculus is a simp for Leia because Leia's gonna be his queen. I do have to say I just thought about Jon Snow the entire time, like, oh, she's my queen.
She's McQueen.
McQueen.
McQueen. And yeah. Oh well. But yeah, Leia slaps Trioculus while he's trying to like woo her because yeah, he's a murderer, which is kind of true. And she also doesn't even look at him because he's ugly, which was kind of funny, I guess.
Yeah, sure, you kill people, but you also kind of
yeah. You also have a burned up face. Lol.
Is this the book where he's like, yeah, I may be a killer, I may be like, you know, criminal or whatever, I may be all those things, but I still have a heart? Is this the book, or is that Queen of the Empire?
I think. Oh yeah, here. That's actually my next note. Trioculus asks, "Is murder wrong?" And she's like, you know, we're not so different, you and I, because oh yeah, she killed Jabba, remember? Which is also something that, I don't know why this is common
exactly the same.
Exactly. It's like, you know, I imagine Trioculus being Ryan Gosling from that Blade Runner 2049 meme. It's like, oh yeah, he's literally me. She's literally me. Yeah, I don't know why Jabba being killed by Leia specifically is such common knowledge, because nobody should. I'm not even sure whether Bib Fortuna should know, because I could almost imagine at that point he would already be running away towards his, what was it, like his personal skiff that he escaped on or something. I don't know, but yeah, okay. But if anyone knows, it would be Bib Fortuna, but nobody else. But yeah, he knows as well.
It might be like people like the Max Rebo band escaped, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I don't. Anyways, or the Alliance put it out as like propaganda. They're like, look, like Leia, killed a vile gangster.
I'm gonna place my bets on Salacious Crumb. That little fella too.
Salacious Crumb tell-all.
He's too annoying for his own good.
He's going to give them all the salacious details about Leia's stay at
there you go.
At Jabba's palace.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, she killed Jabba in obvious self-defense, and she wants to kill him because he is an active murderer on the loose.
Yeah, but other than that, like, he's a pretty good guy.
Yeah, and other than that, they are pretty similar. So,
we're not so different, you and I.
We're not so. Yeah, they are indeed not so different. Yeah. But well, there you go. So yeah, chapter 7. Tibor, the Barabel, gonna point that out every time. He got info from an Imperial spy, in some ways, that Leia was captured. So their idea is now, okay, we have Ken. They really, really want Ken, and Zorba really wants Princess Leia to exact his personal revenge on her. So they now want to try to trade Ken for Leia, which is not going to be something that works. So there's going to be these weird scenes throughout the series where Ken is going to be he's going to be questioned, and people will give him like candy or something hot to drink or something, and he just starts spilling everything. And Zorba wants to try these tricks as well because, and I quote, "Old Huts like Zorba knew a lot about human child psychology." I somehow don't believe that sentence is true.
I don't like that at all. I don't want to derive any conclusions from why he knows a lot about human child psychology.
That's a very good point. Also, why he would even be interested in any of that. But yeah, if he is interested, then for what reasons? That's a very uncomfortable thing to think about. Indeed,
he seems like too big of a fuck up for it to be anything malicious. So I'm genuinely curious as to what it would actually be.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he had a daycare or something. Who knows? I mean, we're out here like being very racist towards Huts. They are not all bad.
I'm imagining some like Mandalorian style show where Zorba has to travel the galaxy with like a young ward. He has to a human child, and he has to like protect him or her from at all costs.
Exactly. Yeah.
Isn't that just Ice Age 1?
Yeah, I've never seen that movie, but it sounds like that could fit the bill.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, why not? Just do it. Maybe we can bring back what's his face, Gus Fring from Breaking Bad in Star Wars. I don't remember. Moff Gideon. Yeah, Moff Gideon. Yeah, maybe he's gonna be a thing. Maybe he needs them as well. Who knows? We can have all sorts of recurring characters. Oh well, yeah, exactly. So Zorba offers Ken free candy, which is always a good sign. It's apparently, I'm not sure if I understood that sequence of events correctly, but apparently it's been spiked with truth serum and also sleeping drugs. So, he's telling him basically everything he knows, and also specifically about him being a Jedi Prince. Yeah, so there you go. Apparently it gets a mention in there that Ken is able to use the Jedi mind trick, which is weird. I think there was like an attempt of him to do it with Zorba, and Zorba is obviously immune to it. So from his attempt, I imagine he might actually be able to do it. He just can't because it doesn't work on Huts. Oh well. Oh yeah, apparently Ken knows everything about Trioculus, like that he's just an imposter pretending to be the Emperor's son. I don't know where he gets that from. Might be from the Jedi library that has all information. But oh well. Yeah. Exactly. So Trioculus is still a simp. He he offers Leia to tax the holiday towers of Zorba because she's his queen and she deserves whatever she wishes. So it's like, yeah, there you go. I'm gonna give you the taxes that I'm gonna collect from Zorba, I guess. He of course doesn't want to give up Leia to Zorba, so they now become mortal enemies, I guess. Chapter 8, Trioculus just gets defeated and arrested. Leia escapes. Like she's somewhere in a cell. She basically just smashes through the window and climbs out. She then reunites with Luke and Kate. They escape on a hover transport, which gets blown up right at the correct time before the Millennium Falcon arrives, so they can get to they get to be saved. And then they get attacked by a fleet which uses, I again quote, Nova bombs and Dunium acid mines. I was like, yes, those are sci-fi words. I can hear sci-fi, yeah. Nova, that always sounds sci-fi. I actually looked up the Wikipedia article for like Nova bombs, I think, or like no, the Dunium acid mines. They have no other mention other than this. So yeah, it's acid mines. Whatever that makes you think of. There you go.
I mean, it's clear that Paul and Hollis Davids read some of the West End Games stuff because like they have like Hodins, they have you know what I mean? Like there's just too much information in there for them to not have read any other secondary sources. But for sure, I mean, they put their own like kind of childish spin on things.
Exactly. Yeah. It's words, like they're not supposed to mean anything really. But it's like, okay, yeah, weapons, I get it. So Zorba now arrives at the place. He blows up the factory. He knows that Leia was arrested at this factory, so for now he will assume that Leia is alive. And then they want to escape, not immediately to Yavin 4, because like on the way in between there are too many Imperials there. But instead, Han and Leia want to go to a romantic getaway. Han gives up his home life. He doesn't give up his house, which is good. But he wants to give up his life of being, I guess, a normal person who just does nothing. He basically reconnects with Leia and starts wondering about how he should propose to her.
Which is a little whiplashy, but you know.
It was very, very easy. I guess it had no lasting consequence that he just
left for a bit.
He was just gone, I guess, yeah. And now he's back, so nothing more to say there. Yeah, my very incendiary conclusion was, okay, I like that romance more than from courtship.
Wow.
I hate courtship. I am the only person I know that hates courtship, actually.
I mean, I don't love courtship, but yeah, that's fair.
That's the most I usually get. It's like, may not be the best, but there's stuff in there. Like I'm like, yeah. I have a very personal distaste for that and disdain for that book. So, but yeah, no, it's actually like without any jokes, like this whole Han Leia spiel was so bizarre. It made no sense. There was no reason. Like if you want to get Han out of the story, which I don't even get why you would need to do that. Like because he explained like, oh, I want to make this into an eventual home for my family with Leia, which you don't even know is going to exist when you break up with her, but oh well. He could have just been like Pico said, hey, I'm going to be away for a month with Chewie. We're going to do something special. It's a surprise for you. Come to Cloud City in a month. And that's how Han is gone from the story. And that's fine. Like, you have the same effect. You literally have the same story, basically. Just not this. But yeah, this was Zorba the Hutt's Revenge. So,
Yay.
Out of 10, I guess. What do we give it?
You don't want to know my score.
Is it a 10?
10?
No, but it's like at least a 7.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you really. I remember that you really seem to like this one. So
yeah. The cover art alone is gorgeous on Zorba the Hutt's Revenge. You have
the cover art is great. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the Leia one. Leia looks perfect, basically. I mean, Zorba to me kind of looks like a meme almost, but Leia looks, basically perfect on that cover. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have anything, Pika?
All of my scores on this episode are going to be meaningless.
Yeah,
I'm going to throw out random numbers. I guess 4 or 5.
yeah, might be. Yeah, I mean, it's not like our last 2 scores were any more thought out. So
what did you guys give the first 2?
4 and 3.5.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems about right, I suppose.
The Lost City was gonna become a 3, but then we were like, no, they burnt down Yavin 4, so half a point up, 3.5. Yeah, but
I will say I like the Tales of the Jedi. Well, it was retconned to link up to Tales of the Jedi, but I like the Tales of the Jedi connection introduced in the Lost City.
I like that it at least explains why there even is a Jedi library there in the first place, but the fact that they have all sorts of very, very recent and personal information, that is the weird thing.
It's ridiculous. That makes no sense unless they tapped into the HoloNet or something, which makes more sense.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think that's how it was presented.
Yeah, but so even when like Ken and Han had their argument about who's the best Corellian pilot, they don't use the Kessel run as a comparison, because that actually Han actually holds the record for that. But no, I think they use a run between like Yavin and Bespin.
That's right.
Which is also weird. Like, why would that even be a known thing? Because Yavin and Bespin, that sounds to me like rebel business that really shouldn't concern anybody. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the same book as like JE99DI88FOR.
Oh yeah, we have it here.
So yeah, just remember.
The code for the weather control station that could have created tornadoes while Dala attacked Yavin 4, but it didn't. Yeah. I
love how one of the few times in the expanded universe that Obi-Wan appears to Luke is to give him that code.
Like, the point has really been made now in these later Bantam books that, the comforting, like, I think that's how they formulated it. Like, the comforting presence of Obi-Wan is gone now. Like, he gave him everything he needs to know.
He sat on the log. What else does he need to do?
I'm so glad that Tim Zahn basically made it so that Obi-Wan's gone, because it's just like I could feel all those authors just abusing that.
I know they would have. I know.
It's always there for
Imagine if Kevin was able to use him in Jedi Academy.
Oh, God. Wouldn't be able to help himself.
Yeah.
He'd have Obi-Wan teaching a class to the students.
Yeah, exactly. Because if there's if you keep it mystical that way, and it's for very, very specific personal information, the droids can appear. Not the droids. The ghosts can appear and give you some piece of information and then go again. That's fine. But if you establish they are basically always there, then they just know everything at all times, and espionage doesn't work even anymore. But yeah. There was more to talk about than we feared. Yeah, I actually did. The New Rebellion, I cut down my notes way, way more because it's over 500 pages. And yeah, as usual, indeed. Jedi Prince actually has too many notes, but oh well. Yeah, exactly. That's my reaction. What can I say? So, next one. Gonna try to get quicker because we do want to get finished with those eventually. Chapter 1 is now from Mission from Mount Yoda, which is a very interesting title. Yeah. So we get introduced once again to Kadan and his prophets. Apparently they inhale black smoke. Those are that black smoke is some form of drug. I don't know exactly why they do that. I guess for spiritual reasons. Yeah. But Kadan now, because Triarchus is kind of gone. He proclaims himself as basically being the new emperor. And Jedgar, his apprentice, basically, he writes that down into something called the Dark Secrets book with a laser pen, which was just funny. Like that, there's a book that's called Dark Secrets. That's just like so
dark.
Yeah, it's like the Dark Greetings or something. It's like, oh yeah, we need to be reminded that those are the villains so dark, I guess. Yeah, and for now we don't get any more reason why they do that, but they will search for the relics of the Duro, like the Duros, the race, and destroy all of that. Because, like, you know, they want to destroy everything that is good in the Force so they can be like undisputed rulers or whatever. Yeah, that's all that there is about chapter 1. Chapter 2. The gang is on a planet called the Trop, I guess is the name, or Z Trop, I don't know.
Wait, before we go on to chapter 2, I could let's just take this series seriously for a second. I could just see like Izard getting like some kind of like daily briefing, being like, "Yeah, Kadan just declared himself emperor," and she's just like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that." As much as like the rest of the EU did, she's like, "I'm just gonna ignore that."
It's like, yeah, how about no? Just let's not.
She's the one in charge of. She's the one that's in charge of Coruscant, right? So it doesn't really matter to her.
Yeah, it shouldn't. I would be on her side. It's just like, yeah, this is some weird guy who is on drugs, basically. He's somewhere doing his thing. He proclaims himself the emperor. Like, no, I'm on Coruscant. That's my business now.
Yeah.
But we do get that Kadan did indeed bless the emperor and in his reign, which, as we all know, that turned out very well. So, oh well.
Uh-oh.
Kadan is the emperor for now. Okay, so they are on. So the gang is on a planet called Z-Trop, I guess, for a romantic getaway of Han and Leia. That's what we got from the last book, and they need to report back basically to the secret rebel base of Mount Yoda on Dagobah. But they because Han did consider marrying Leia, but of course we can't have that progress now because that would be, I don't know, normal, I guess. So they keep arguing back and forth, and I think Han was also almost like thinking, why did I even want to get married again? So yeah, they will have to go to Mount Yoda, but oh well. Yeah, apparently, so they find a vehicle of Kadan. Like that was a weird thing. So it has a disc like full of Imperial propaganda. That was just an interesting thing that happened. So I think they're gonna take this one back to Mount Yoda. So Mount Yoda is a very, very big base. Apparently, it even has a school and a super secret laboratory with something that's for now just called Project Decoy. And the mountain was like named after Yoda out of respect. So I'm not sure if Yoda is the kind of person who wants a mountain named after him, but there you go. That's his way of paying respects. Yeah, they land there, and 3PO, R2, Chip, and Kate, they are all sent away to quote, get oiled, lubricated, and polished. I understand what that means, but it was just funny, so I wrote it down. And yeah, we have another prophecy of Kadan, and it references something called, it's the stony back of Yoda, which people then assume means just Mount Yoda. Something about a dragon pack, which is Drapac, so the base, like that's the name of the base. And they're gonna get pierced by something golden, which they assume is a golden blade that they found there. So, another prophecy, because prophecies are good. Yeah, it's just insanity. We can safely say that, I think. Yeah. Chapter 3. So you remember Trioculus, he was arrested in Cloud City and basically became like an accessoire for Zorba. Well, now the Imperials bribe a Cloud City guard who's called Muskov to take him back again. But of course, Kadan has usurped Trioculus and he's sending out his assistant Jedgar to take that carbonite. So of course, Triculus has been frozen in carbonite. He's sending out his apprentice to take that carbonite block with him, and get it from Hissa, so from one of the assistants, back to Kadan. Basically, I think Hissa gets like blackmailed, like, oh, we have a bunch of information on you that you wouldn't want to be known in the public, so you better accept me as the new emperor, which he does. So yeah, there you go. And yeah, I was like, okay, I guess like there being a dark sider faction in the empire, and then there also being the Moffs as the military side of the empire, and them having a dispute over who's gonna reign over the emperor. I think that even makes sense, and I like that in concept, I guess. But yeah, that's really all there is to say. Chapter 4. So yeah, we get a Duros a Duro who lands on Mount Yoda. He's called Dustini. He reports like about how the Imperials have poisoned his planet for a long time now, and they're like stealing their relics, the relics of their queens from the past. So obviously that's what Kadan is doing. He shows one of those treasures, which is a crown. He demonstrates. Of course, like if you see a crown, it's pretty obvious that you're looking at one. Like crowns are pretty obvious to spot when you see one. So, but he wants to demonstrate that it is a crown by putting it on his head, which then triggers a defense mechanism in the crown that pierces his head. And as I thought at the time, it didn't actually kill him, but it basically looked like it was going to kill him. And now it's like it was meant to be like a twist of the prophecy, because the piercing by something golden, whereas people thought it was the dagger that they found. No, it's actually the fact that Dustini brought this crown back, which I guess was funny. But like him just imagine that he pulls a crown on his head and it just pierces his head. It's like, oh, okay, well, you were here for a chapter, I guess. But he is not dead, so there you go. He survived. And yeah, but obviously he wasn't finished with what he was going to say. But they find a hologram like device in his pocket that basically tells them everything they need to know anyway. The rebels now will go to Duro and like save all their artifacts from Kadan. So there you go. Chapter 5. Yeah, of course. Now, suddenly the people have realized that Ken is 12-year-old, which means he shouldn't go out on lethal missions.
Yeah, it's so funny. They keep sending him on dangerous missions.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. And I liked how people tried to argue like, oh yeah, Luke, but you were so young when you went out. Yeah, but 19 and 12 is a difference. I feel like I think we can safely say that. But yeah, he wants to look for everyone, just basically to tell them goodbye. He goes to the cargo bay. He accidentally knocks over some cargo crates. They land against the door controls. He locks himself in, I think, specifically in the Falcon. So that means now, since he's locked in the cargo bay, he's coming along with the guys to Duro, of course. Yeah, but Hissa then runs. He's also present, so they find the Falcon, and yeah, they want to shoot them. And their reason is, okay, yeah, there's probably something of value there. It is our enemy, I guess. And I think he also mentioned specifically he would like to get Leia, but I don't get why. I was like, okay, perhaps that's just a spy thing because Kadan is a spy, I guess, so that's his thing. But Leia should be thought to be dead, like now at least, but she isn't. So I guess he knows that she's alive.
Maybe he has spies too.
He has, yeah. Spies are a thing. I've been told 1 or 2 times, I think. So that's good. Yeah. Ken, while being in the back, he also accidentally cuts a power cable meaning that the lasers have no firepower, and also the hyperdrive is not usable anymore, which is of course not so good. Yeah, Luke. That was a weird thing. So Luke goes back to the cargo area. He finds that Ken is there. They repair everything very quickly. Han has the possibility to just escape, but he doesn't. For no reason, really. He's just engaging the fight. Then he takes a few pretty costly hits, and then he just escapes a bit later, which is like, okay, what do you think you were going to do against? I think it was a Star Destroyer. It's like, why are you even trying to attack? I'm not sure what he thought he was going to do there, but oh well. Chapter 6. Oh yeah, Kadan destroys the carbonite block of Triaculus with something called a neutron beam, whatever that is, but supposedly now Triaculus is actually dead. Because of course Kadan wants to keep his power. That's logical, I suppose. Yeah, the Falcon is pretty beaten up. Chewie was like really, really sad about how beaten up the Falcon was, which was almost, I could say, a nice character moment from him there, because like, yeah, I guess it would mean a lot to Chewie as well, so he would be sad about it. That makes sense. Oh yeah, they go to repair that thing. They even get like offered to get a totally new ship, but everyone is just like, yeah, no, we'll keep the Falcon. Please repair that one as well. Which is like, okay, that's also actually pretty nice. But yeah, we get a bit more world building about how Dura looks like. Like, it's a totally destroyed planet. There is also something called Valley of Royalty. It has a wall there that basically keeps monsters away and basically kept them away for like thousands of years. At this point, there's a bunch of underground tunnels and catacombs. It even has like secret entrances for ships there. And they all get all of that from the hologram that Destiny left behind. And that's where the remaining archaeologists of Duras, like who remained there, that's where they hide to collect all of their treasures, so that basically the Empire doesn't get them. Like, okay, I actually kind of liked that little world building part of that book. That was sort of nice. And also, what's also on this planet is a mental asylum, apparently, where Triclops is being held in. And yeah, Ken did have like, so that there was a thing where there was a piece of information that Ken didn't want to share with anyone, not even Luke. And this was actually the piece of information that he didn't want to share. It's that it's that Triclops apparently is on this planet and exactly at this specific location. Oh yeah, there's something. Apparently, they have on their little. So they leave the Falcon behind basically because it needs to be repaired, but that takes time, and they don't have time. So they rent a ship for the occasion. There's something called an anti-radar unit that they have, which, yeah, it basically works like the name tells you it works. It's a thing, and you're not on radars. So that's pretty useful. We're never gonna get that again, probably. Oh yeah, they land, and of course now Ken wants to walk with them because Luke wasn't much older when he joined the Rebels. Luke doesn't point out that he was at least 6 years older, but oh well, Ken comes along. Oh yeah, and also Luke was like, oh, what would Obi-Wan think if I leave him behind now? Our destinies are connected. And so he relents and takes him with him, which is kind of dumb, but oh well. Chapter 7. Exactly. So Hissa and Jedgar are on Duro because they want to recapture Triclops. Triclops has escaped. He had help of a defective Imperial assassin droid. So he apparently reprogrammed that to help him instead. The group is getting attacked by Fefze beetles, I guess Fefze, I don't know what I'm supposed to pronounce them, Fefze. They are the things like the weird bugs on the cover as well. And Ken has like a little moment where he needs to push through and be courageous and save Luke, which he does, which is kind of nice, I guess. But yeah, so they walk through the tunnels, the underground tunnels. But Luke, so of course that entire planet is full of toxic chemicals. That's what it's been poisoned by. And so Luke has a map, like a literal physical map. He walks while looking at the map, and at some point just chemicals drop down onto the map and they destroy him. Which is, that's kind of unlucky, I guess. Then they encounter Triclops and his droid. It's apparently harmless because like the violence programs that it usually has active are now inactive. And he seems to have a big interest in the little silvery crystal that can always wear around his neck, like his little necklace, which is a setup for later. We're gonna get to that. And they are suspicious of Triclops, but for now he seems to be a very peaceful guy. Like there's nothing that really screams maniac about him in any way. So that's just it. And Chapter 8, exactly. So they find the archaeologists. They help them remove all of everything that they have there. Han even by chance finds a wedding ring that once belonged to a Corellian princess, which is gifted to him as the eventual ring that he's going to propose to Leia with, which is kind of nice. Exactly. So, so a bunch of people get tortured basically to tell people where everyone is. One of them rats the group out, so now the Imperials have Ken again, something everyone can predict when you take a child with you that literally cannot fight. But oh well, there you go. So apparently they hold a blaster against Ken's head. And Luke, it's a little pet peeve I have with those kinds of scenes, because Luke doesn't just use the Force and pull the blaster out, which he, in my opinion, could and should do, but he doesn't. But Triclops instead saves him. He uses a beam that comes out of the eye on his back. And also Triclops apparently is a pacifist. That's a thing for him. Hissa lands in a puddle of acidic chemicals, which slowly destroy his body. That was not very, very nice to read. I'm like, oh, okay, young adult, I guess the acids are taking apart his body. There you go. And now they escape again, since everything is collapsing. The whole planet is, or the whole tunnel system where they are, is going to collapse. Destiny actually survived. I thought he, in the beginning, I thought he was dead, but he actually didn't die. And Ken wonders something that's going to be also important is, why isn't Triclops actually being killed if he serves no use to the Empire? If he isn't going to become the Emperor, why isn't he just killed? And we're going to get more about that later. And that was Mission from Mount Yoda. I guess even if it's meaningless, out of 10, what are we gonna do?
This is a 3 out of 10 for me. It's my least favorite series.
This one is nothing.
I think that's fair. I think I actually liked that there was attempts at world building here that didn't suck, but really nothing remotely even important happened anyway. So it's I don't know. Yeah, perhaps a 3. I don't know. It's not good, but oh well. So, the next one, Queen of the Empire, Chapter 1. Once again, we have Chadra fans, which are from, I think that's the first time I heard that, from the planet of Chet, which is, as we all know, Callista's home planet.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Yay, that's cool. I guess. Yeah. So apparently, Ken. So they are back on Mount Yoda in the base there, and Ken has security clearance for to go a lot further than usual people can because, and I quote, age is not the deciding factor here, which it absolutely should be, but oh well, it isn't, I guess. We get presented to something which was introduced earlier, which is Project Decoy. Project Decoy is actually a fully functional human replica of Leia, which, it's a droid, but it's supposed to act as her doppelganger, which is pretty, that sounds pretty useful. Yeah, you probably should have something like that. Sounds like it could save your butt one day. Exactly. So, and oh yeah, that thing has laser eyes, because of course it does.
A fembot.
Exactly. And they want to the inventors, they want to show it off. So I think what they did is toss a coin in the air and have the decoy shoot that coin, but she actually shoots the guy instead. So Thunder was his name. So of course the guy needs to be healed now. So what they do is they search for Baji from the beginning. At some point, apparently, Baji was saved. I don't know when it happened. Maybe I just overread it, but it almost sounds like it was off screen. But perhaps it actually happened and I just didn't notice. That could be it. Yeah, but of course, the Chadrafan, so his heart was basically destroyed, and they need a heart donor. But of course, the Chadrafan are a very specific culture and species, so they need to go to the planet of Chad instead. So Han and Leia will go there, and they arrive at Chad already, and apparently Chad is a very stormy and cloudy planet, because I love that part. So there's a very large amount of dairy animals called lactiles. We know, because lactate. Yeah, we know that word. And they keep farting so much that the entire atmosphere is full of methane. I guess that's how you pronounce it. I'm not sure. And now the entire planet is just full of storms. And it's and oh yeah, there are so many farts apparently in the upper atmosphere that has such a terrible greenhouse effect on the entire planet that it's constantly hot, basically. And the oceans are also rising, and there's a bunch of hurricanes. And, in trying to attempt and fly down there, the Falcon again gets damaged and they attempt to land. I just thought it was hilarious that the planet that Callista is from is now most notably known for
being full of shit.
Being literally full of shit.
Yeah.
So much so that it's actually destroying the planet.
Chad.
There you go. That. I think that's unironically great, and I almost can respect Barbara for making Callista come from that planet. Oh yeah, you didn't know what you accidentally were saying. But yeah, there you go. Chad is a very, very warm planet. Yeah, so chapter 2. So Han and R2, they go with Thunder to rush him to the hospital. But of course, he is injured, so people are, I guess, kind of curious about that. And Leia and 3PO get questioned so much that they actually get detained without the other two noticing, which, well, that's not good, obviously. It's also not good that they didn't notice, but oh well, not like it has a big impact anyway. Yeah, and when they brought him in, R2 just randomly starts to go outside, which I don't quite get why he even did that. Then a lightning strikes a rock on a cliff that's right next to where they are, and it, all of them come down, in a what do you call them? I forgot the lavina. Wait, English landslide was it, right? Like an avalanche landslide, basically. It traps Han and R2 beneath a bunch of rocks, which I would be like, okay, they would be like, at least Han would be dead now, right? Because
just crushed under the weight of the rocks. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of them. It's not like 2 or 3. It's a lot, but Leia actually kind of manages to get out right in time to witness the landslide. She quickly rushes to another place to get something called a boulder dozer. Because bulldozer, we know that word. So boulder, because they are trapped under a bunch of boulders. That's smart, right? Of course, that thing doesn't quite it doesn't work. Like the machine doesn't work. So 3PO, he has like a little trick up his sleeve apparently, because at some point he met a Corellian engineer that worked for the production company of that dozer. He has like a special trick that gets it turned on again. And like, where the hell would 3PO know a random Corellian engineer from who specifically worked on this thing? I don't know.
Like, doesn't 3PO get his mind wiped like every 5 minutes before the original trilogy?
I think so.
He probably should have, because he has no idea about the prequels, obviously. Right. So yeah, he would. And I don't imagine it's actually after A New Hope that he meets this random Corellian engineer, because where, at what point, and why even. But yeah, it works. So the dozer, of course, the very close name to bulldozer may lead you to believe that it's actually just a big shovel that's supposed to move the rocks out of the way. But no, it's actually a lot better than that. It uses heat to melt the rocks into lava, which is a very, very dumb idea to try and get somebody, to try and use that to get somebody out who's trapped under rocks. Because if you melt those rocks and they become lava, well then you're burying your mates in lava instead, which is not an improvement of the situation. But yeah, it works, kind of. Han apparently he doesn't even have a single fracture, that's pure bull. Sorry. Oh yeah, and he very awkwardly mentions, oh yeah, if I died now, it would have ruined my plans for us. And then Leia wants to ask him about it, and he's dodging the question and trying to change the conversation, which was kind of awkward. And yeah, that chapter was crazy, actually. There's so much stuff happening. They go there, but then they get arrested. And then R2 goes outside. There's a landslide. Leia comes outside. She takes the bulldozer. The bulldozer doesn't work. Wait, 3PO knows somebody. The dozer melts the rock. It was kind of bizarre, actually, to see that whole scene play out, but it did. And you may judge what you think about that. Yeah. Chapter 3. So, apparently the reason that we now get why Triclops was never killed is that, and of course Ken knows that from his Jedi library, which also makes no sense. Yeah, the reason that Triclops was never killed is because there's essentially 2 people living inside of him. There's one person that basically starts to talk in his sleep, and while he's talking in his sleep, he gives very, very specific and detailed plans to build weapons and war machines. Which, I mean, that's a thing. I would almost feel bad for knocking them too much for that idea, because I'm just remembering Black Fleet Crisis and how Yuvithans can understand how technology works by looking at it. So yeah, but there you go. That's Triclops' secret. But he also gets very violent outbursts in his sleep, So much so that even Chewie has trouble keeping him down while he's thrashing around in his sleep, which, he's pretty strong apparently. And he doesn't remember anything of that kind happening when he wakes up again. So that's the second part of him. It's just him, I guess, being a pacifist. He doesn't want to actually engage in all these sorts of wars, but he's there, and that's something. Yeah. And yeah, so he manages. So apparently, he manages to exactly point out everything that was wrong with the eye laser of Leia's replica droid. I somehow, I guess perhaps it was mind reading or something. And yeah, and then they leave Chad again. And Han suggests to Leia now that they should probably elope and go to a hologram amusement park. And I mean, that whole scene of them talking about eloping, which was actually kind of sweet. But yeah, we have a hologram amusement park. Everyone, we're gonna get to that. But yeah, they're gone again. Chapter 4. Yeah, so apparently Zorba is losing a lot of money on Bespin. We are back with him. The reason that he's losing a lot of money on Bespin is that people that, go to casino places for, obviously, like, what's the one reason you go to a casino for? Probably not
money.
Yeah, you go there to burn money, and probably a lot of fucking money. Go there to gamble. There's no other reason to go to a casino. But apparently, the clients that he has who go to his casino would rather not risk losing their money and watch holograms at something called Hologram Fun World instead. It's
a very niche populace. Okay, they only have two moods.
Imagine, imagine the entire place of Monte Carlo just ceased to exist because the people who go there to lose all their money, they would just rather go to the cinema instead, or like to Legoland or Disney World. I don't know. Like that isn't even comparable. Like that has nothing to do with each other. I don't get that.
Do you feel like this book was trying to make some kind of statement about gambling?
I guess so. Like, hey, guys,
the first one was about whaling, so
yeah,
why not?
Perhaps that might actually be it. Like, oh well, guys, don't go to the casino. I know we all think Han and Lando are cool, but don't go to the casino. Go to the theme park instead. I guess. I mean, that is perhaps the juvenile influence the book has. So perhaps.
Or even like the fourth one where it's like, hey, stay in school, Ken.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that one. Yeah, exactly. It was one of those. It might have been the fourth or the fifth one. Like, yeah, you should stay behind here in Drapac and get your education. Yeah. So that's actually something I didn't think about. Like, I guess everyone sort of has its own message directed at kids or youngsters in general. Nothing more romantic than Disneyland. Exactly. I think was it Disneyland or Disney World where I think it was Disney World, because isn't Disney World in Florida? And I think I've heard that somebody was once eaten by an alligator there and they just hit it or
multiple
something.
times.
It sounds. I know nothing about Florida, but the Florida man meme and alligators, it just sounds so Florida, which is great. Drapex sounds like a rapper, yeah. It does actually, yeah. It's close. We're gonna make it out of Dagobah with this one, boys. Yeah, exactly. That's that. So, yeah, of course, but we need a reason for Zorba to reunite with the main cast into the story. So now his well thought out plan is to go to Hologram Fun World and to go on a rampage, basically, where he's going to start to rob a bunch of banks. He's going to take hostages, and he's going to terrorize the guests until the people just want to go to his place instead. Which,
What a foolproof plan.
Like imagine a terrorist like bombs a church because he'd rather have all these people go to the mosque instead. Like, hey guys, come to my mosque. Like, I'm gonna preach there. It's so much more fun. And he's like destroying everything there. Like, oh yeah, that's how it works. You kill people, you rob a bank, and then they're gonna go to your place to gamble. Like, okay, I guess so. To go to Hollywood. Yeah, I was almost about to say Hollywood. Hologram fun world, yeah. I mean, to be honest, this isn't the most insane plan I've ever heard. Perhaps Hollywood needs a bit of actual action again. So there you go, yeah. But of course we're not...
It's not even the most insane plan in this series.
No, it actually isn't, which is kind of crazy. It almost sounds reasonable. No, it doesn't, but oh well. Yeah. Oh yeah, Leia and Han have an interesting little spat. So Han wants to like call them, like to refer to them as husband and wife. But Leia instead says no, it should actually be bride and groom. Because I don't know, I guess naming the man in the first is a no-no. I don't know.
Well, it's the 90s, right? So we have to really pander.
So. Yeah, we need more women in STEM. Come on, guys.
This is not even like a realistic dispute, though. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone being hung up.
Who the hell would care? Like, you know, how many
writers,
times?
And that's it.
Yeah, that's true. That is
writers that don't actually talk to real people. So
yeah, it's like, how many times do you actually refer to you and your wife from an outside perspective as like husband and wife? It's like, oh, I don't know. You just are. And, you know, sometimes you're going to say husband and wife, like bride and groom. Okay, for the wedding, I guess, whatever. Who cares? It's like, yeah, it always seems like a little dispute. It's like, but why though? And yeah, authors who probably don't speak to real people, they would care about that sort of stuff. But yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So Han already has a wedding ring for Leia from the Mount Yoda book. Leia now goes out to buy a wedding band for Han as well, and that's where we find out that Lando is the one who's running Hologram Fun World, because of course he does. He did gamble away his last place, so he recognized the gambling business, I guess, is not so much for me. So a family-friendly entertainment it is, and oh well, who can blame the guy? But yeah, they meet Lando. So they tell him that Han basically popped the question, which is nice, I guess. And Leia did agree. Then, you know, they have a little tour, doing stuff like they're swimming through a Velodon, like actually through the thing. Like, I guess in what's the story called, Moby Dick or something. But yeah, there you go. They are hoverboarding through an active volcano, which sounds nice. And they even, which was an actually nice little scene, they even have a little hologram tour through Alderaan, which I would say is kind of nice, actually. But of course, they can't get married tonight, which is what they actually want to do, because they have no birth certificates with them. And since it's World Founders Day of, I guess, the Hologram Fun World, the government offices are all closed, so they can't get any copies of those. Yeah, so...
Does Han even have a birth certificate? Like Leia... Well, I don't even... Why am I asking these questions? Continue.
So, yeah, let's just pretend for a second that any thought was put into this kind of, you know, this kind of little thing. So Han, he could have one. It would probably be on Corellia. Corellia is, as far as I'm aware, reigned by the Dictate, so that's a no-no. And I think it's even specifically mentioned that, well, Leia's birth certificate was blown up, obviously. So I guess she never needed one afterwards, because of course. But yeah, there you go. No marriage today, unfortunately, because bureaucracy. That's good. Yeah. Chapter 5. So now Zorba is arriving. He bombs a bank. They like spray graffiti by using they basically do spray graffiti, but they use lasers instead. They rob the jewelry of a bunch of hotel guests. And I was like, does Lando just run places with no security? Like, is he enabled to know that this is a thing?
He just cuts costs.
I guess so. We could make another theme park ride, or we can hire more security, so more money it is for now.
Although I never really got the sense that Lando like cut corners or that he was an unscrupulous administrator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but
no, I always got the sense he tried to do right by his people.
Yeah, but I mean, where's Lobot?
That's the big question.
That's a question nobody usually ever asks. But where the hell is Lobot actually? Is he on Bespin? I don't know. If you need, you do actually, because in the it was the third one, I think. Zorba the Hutt's Revenge. Yeah, I think it was the third one. Ken gets arrested by the security of Cloud City for underage driving. So there is a driving law, which would then sort of determine, I guess, that you have something akin, or maybe maybe there's no license needed, but you need to be at least of an age. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, okay. So Han, Leia, and Lando, they are at a magic show, and Zorba, of course, he has a bounty hunter with him who is a Bith. So what? So he gets the information that Han and Leia are there, and he sends his Bith bounty hunter.
Right. His name is Bithabus, right? Or is that another Bith?
That's the magician. That's the Bith magician. I don't know what the Bith bounty hunter is called. The Bith magician is called Bithabus the Mystifier. So there's a pause in that show. They're gonna restrain the actual Bithabus. They're gonna send in their own Bith to be a Bithabus imposter, who then will make these magic shows and I need a guest from the audience, please, to perform this next trick with me. They take Leia, of course. Han and Leia, finally, at least a bit smartly enough, think of actually fake names. And Leia, that was kind of hilarious. Leia called herself Zelda in this. I guess the day it's like Legend of Zelda. I don't know, but it's a nice little scene, I guess. Biff Tannen, perhaps. I'm not sure if this is a joke. I'm not getting.
That's.
But
Back to the Future.
Oh, I see. Yeah, unfortunately, not him. That would have been cool. Imagine him just being. Oh yeah, it's the bully. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, imagine him just being there. That would have been great. But no, we don't get him, which is sad. And yeah, when I wrote this whole paragraph about Bithabus the Mystifier, I've had the very sudden realization that I actually feel contempt for every single one of these characters, and I want everyone to die without any mercy. Just kill everyone. Trioculus, Triclops, Ken, Zorba, all these, but especially Zorba. Please get rid of. I felt so Bithabus the Mystifier. What a great Back to the Future, the villain. Yeah, exactly. The bully. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. Of course, she gets led into a cage. The bounty hunters shut down the entire light, and they take her away. Of course, nobody stops them because security is not a thing. And what they do now is to fly to Tatooine. So, of course, Zorba doesn't just want to kill her. No. He's going to kill her by tossing her into the pit of Carkoon. Of course he's gonna. Yeah. Zorba does. Yeah, I mean, Zorba talks to her about how she killed Jabba. I still don't get why he's supposed to know any of this. I was like, yeah, perhaps he just saw Return of the Jedi, I guess. But yeah, and another surprise, Trioculus isn't actually dead. The original has still remained with Zorba. The ones that they sent to Kadan was a fake one. There you go. Trioculus is also back. Thank God. Chapter 6. It was actually nice learning about this because I never knew, but that chapter was called the Mofference because it's a conference with moths. So it's the Moff. What a great name. But hey, there you go, Noah. I learned a lot of important quality autism law with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Han and Lando, they find the actual Bithabus. And because the villains are dumb, they told Bithabus exactly what they're going to do with Leia and that they're going to go to Tatooine with her. It's like, imagine they just didn't do that. Leia would be dead. Like, because they would never guess that out of all places, they're going to go to Tatooine with her. Well, that's awkward, but oh well. But yeah, Mon Mothma is now back, sort of. She got an intelligence report that reported that both the Falcon and also Zorba went to the hologram fan world, and then she sent out Luke, the Leia replica, and a preteen, being Ken, of course, to investigate all of that.
And a preteen.
And a preteen. That is very important to point out to me because he is a 12-year-old getting in all sorts of deadly situations.
Well, the crazy thing is, like, he's not only a 12-year-old, but he's also Palpatine's grandson.
Yeah.
And Mon Mothma's just like, yeah, whatever. This kid seems trustworthy enough. Let's just send him on.
Not Han, though. Fuck that guy.
I mean, I'm going to be fair. I don't think they know yet that he is. But, yeah, I mean, he's...
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
He's invited to their wedding.
He's a what?
Lando wasn't even invited.
They could have made him the flower boy instead. Like, that would have been funny. Like, imagine just him being that. But yeah, Han. Yeah, Han is an idiot. He probably also would kill his own wife, right? If you want to find out, watch the New Rebellion next week. Yeah. There you go. We have a Mofference. The Mofference is on. You want to guess what planet is a perfect place for moths to meet up? It's Tatooine, of course.
I was actually going to guess Tatooine, even though I forgot. But yeah, that makes sense because everything happens on Tatooine.
Everything literally, like we made fun of it before. Like one of the books basically had a Tatooine checklist in front of it. Like, okay, Jabba's palace, droids, Jawas, Tusken Raiders. We basically only didn't get like the Lars farm and Obi-Wan's hut, I guess. But yeah.
Was this like a TripAdvisor, like things to do on Tatooine?
Exactly. Like, oh, you want to go to random junk place number 1 and 2 and 3. They are actually just random, but we watched the movies, so they are not, I guess. Exactly. Oh yeah, Hissa, who was bathed in acidic chemicals, he actually survived as well. That's the big... We have a big resurrection story here. Everyone survived, actually. Apparently, the acid just ate away all of his extremities. So, like, he has no legs. He has no arms. All the way up to... And that's where it gets very weird. It ate away at his legs all the way up to his hip bone. If everyone just, looks down at themselves and see where their hip bone is, you will see that a lot of important parts are below the hip bone.
Nah.
Which, make of that what you will.
So wait, how does he go to the bathroom then?
We're gonna ask Dave Filoni. I'm sure he has an explanation for that. But yeah, he doesn't go to the bathroom. He isn't in. He shouldn't be able to for both things. Yeah, there you go. He is there. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, so they basically are at war now with the prophets, and whenever they would encounter each other, they will take hostages, which makes sense to me. Sure, why not? So they find Zorba's ship, of course they do. They pull him in with a tractor beam. Han and the crew, they see all of this happening. They recognize that everything's going on. I guess, yeah, they immediately are like, oh, these are Moff ships. I guess Moff ships are specific or somehow recognizable. And yeah, I guess now that we're going to get the big reunification chapter where everyone is going to be back again. Yeah, chapter 7. So Zorba is arrested. He's surrounded. Hissa has something with him called he has a projectile launcher which shoots smoke, gas, and also chemicals, which I guess is cool. Yeah. Trioculus basically gets an exposition dump to know what happened so far. He still sims for Leia because, of course, he does. This book is called Queen of the Empire, so we need to somehow get to that part of the book. I guess Trioculus doesn't really have a lot of what was it called, like hibernation sickness. I'm not sure. Maybe it was just because he wasn't there for so long or something. I don't know. Or he's a special guy. He doesn't get that, I guess. Yeah, but
special little guy.
Exactly. But yeah, so Zorba is arrested, and what they're gonna do now is get Zorba executed in the pit of Carcoon. Because of course. Because every little dispute in the galaxy should be solved with the Sarlacc, because the Sarlacc is the most important creature everywhere.
Okay, but have you considered that I know what that is?
I have indeed. I was like, yes, I've seen that in a movie. And when it is in this book, I'm like, yes, I know this from the movie. But yeah, it does have this feel of The Mandalorian before The Mandalorian was a thing. Like, it's the same 10 characters meeting each other everywhere in the galaxy on like basically 3 places.
Yeah.
Which is not very good. But oh well. Yes. Oh yeah, and Leia, of course, is to be married to Trioculus. She's supposedly people will read a passage from something called the Dark Book of Imperial Justice. It's a dark book because the Empire is evil. We shouldn't forget that. So remember, the Empire is the evil one. And yeah, Leia is just basically, she ignores everything the dude says. And yeah, I said, yeah, this is the kind of response. Like, she's like, yeah, I'm loyal to Han. Fuck off. You're a weirdo. You're a creep. You're a murderer. You're everything I don't want. And I have an actual fiance. I was like, yeah, this is the kind of response that I'd expect from her to really anyone who tries to get her post Return of the Jedi events and tries to get her to separate from Han. Especially after, they've been at each other's side for a very, very long time at this point. And they have had so many life or death situations together. So it's very good to know that Leia is so positive towards Han and that she's willing to defend herself from somebody trying to get her to marry anybody other than Han instead. I really like that scene, and I hope yeah, let's just move on. Yeah. That was a scene I liked, yes. Chapter 8. Oh yeah, something. I have written this down without any context. I don't even remember. I think it could refer to, it probably refers to the Sarlacc. Quote, he heard the legends of the huge and awesome mouth. That's just a sentence that stands for itself. Make of that what you will. Yeah. The Moff ships apparently have a blind spot, which I don't understand how they do, but they do. And the Falcon attaches themselves to it because, if you remember, in Empire Strikes Back, Han did the same thing to a Star Destroyer.
And I've seen that movie too.
Indeed, I have seen that movie, yeah. And there could be one guy who sees them, but he's doing repairs, and that means he's distracted. Unlucky, I guess. Oh well. Yeah, and So we get another interesting part of information, which is Fugo. So Fugo, that's actually the name of the Leia replica droid. She has an inbuilt mechanism that helps her locate Leia by locating her biorhythm. I have no clue what that means, but it sounds very useful. So there you go, biorhythm. Yeah, what can I say? The book makes me remember that the Sarlacc is a thing, and it directly writes down this quote. So like, what else am I supposed to do, Sivat? Yeah, that was a thing. Yeah, so Zorba is dropped into the Sarlacc. I was already wondering, like, how does the Sarlacc even manage to open itself wide enough for Zorba to fit in there? Because, like, if I'm trying to remember, like, it had a big enough mouth that it could swallow somebody like Boba Fett. But it tries and actually manages to get an entire hut inside of it, which was a very unfortunate sentence. I'm sorry, but yeah. I do remember the OT. You know, Kevin also made me ask myself that questions all the time. And indeed, I always do remember the original trilogy. I have watched those movies, yes. I remember those places and those days. Yeah. So, Trioculus and also all of his men basically know that Vader is Anakin Skywalker and that Luke and Leia are his children. I don't know why they would know that, but they do. So, oh well. Leia gets escorted away by stormtroopers because, of course, she's supposed to be married. Yeah, the gang wants to overpower them by taking their armor and wearing it itself because, yes, I do remember A New Hope when they did that as well. Ken obviously is too small for the armor, so that doesn't work. Oh yeah, Fugo has, I guess, a cool scene where she kills Trioculus with her laser eyes and then gets fried herself. And now Han and Leia agree, okay, we probably shouldn't elope. We should, like, have an actual wedding. 3PO and R2 even have an argument who would be the best droid, which is kind of cool. And, oh my god, surprise, surprise, Zorba isn't actually dead. The Sarlacc spat him out again because apparently the Sarlacc doesn't like the taste of hut.
I thought that was a great. This book had great scenes. Like, it's also great art. All the books have good art, but spitting out Zorba the Hutt was amazing. And also that picture of Leia killing, I guess Fembot Leia, Fugo killing Trioculus is just classic.
That picture was indeed very great, I have to say. And we
iconic even.
Yeah. We did mention how we actually unironically like that there are pictures in this book. Like, you could occasionally drop this in a few adult books as well. I get it's more done for children, but like having some illustration from time to time, like, you know, showing a character or a specific scene,
very helpful.
Yeah, and it's generally really great. And they even look nice. Like, of course, it's not, you know, it's not in full color and whatnot, but it doesn't need to be. It actually works kind of great here.
And that's why we all agree that Jedi Prince is the best that the expanded universe has to offer.
Yeah, you've convinced me, honestly, just now.
Yeah, like, I mean, if I have the choice to rather read this again, or the Jedi Academy trilogy, which people want to convince me is the best the EU has to offer, then Jedi Prince all the way, every day. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, that's Queen of the Empire. I don't know. Rating? Is there even a?
This was like a 6 for me.
I was going to say the same thing. I think this one might be my favorite.
It's
because it has hologram fun world. I mean, what more do you need?
It has hologram fun world. It has a bunch of characters returning, which I do remember. Tough to say. I think it could be it could be a 5 for me, perhaps. I think I do find it a bit more enjoyable than others, and it's so ridiculous, I guess, that I sort of like it again. But yeah, it's I guess it doesn't. It isn't as horrible as others. Perhaps that is a fair thing to say. Oh well. Yeah. So let's try to get this done. Prophets of the dark side. Yeah, Triclops. We're back with Triclops. He has an antenna that goes down from his tooth up to his brain. That basically makes it possible for whoever has control of him to send his thoughts to an so Triclops can send his thoughts to an Imperial probe droid, and it also manages to make people control him. So he's basically sleepwalking every night to look for rebel data, and the rebels basically they leave him in a room full of useless data, which makes sense, I guess. And yeah, we get another probe droid that lands on Yavin 4, and that's why they want to get something which is called the Omniprobe, which is something that can destroy the probes before they even enter the atmosphere. And Luke, but apparently Luke or Ken has something that is connected to this, because he had a school project in the Lost City once, which was about an Omniprobe. But the actual plans are still in there, which means that Ken, for no reason again, and Luke need to go there. And oh yeah, and Triclops also has a scene where he pushes 2 fingers into his mouth and then he falls over unconscious. Whatever. Chapter 1. There you go. Chapter 2. So remember how Zorba survived. He's back. He, by chance, apparently survived days without drinking anything, which is kind of impressive. You know, it's a big desert. There's nothing there. He encounters a sandcrawler, and he wants to sell gambling machines from Bespin to the Jawas in exchange for being brought to Mos Eisley. Because, of course, I remember Mos Eisley. Yeah, and oh yeah, Ken is like, oh yeah, Luke is trying to explain wisdom to Ken, and he's like, you're preteen and always just wandering around and almost getting yourself killed. That isn't actually wisdom, but it's insight to life that is actual wisdom. It's like, oh yeah, that's true. Poor Luke.
Isn't Luke partly responsible for Ken wandering around and getting himself into mischief?
Luke is responsible for a lot of things, so yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Luke is. I mean, Luke could just say no, and it would be over. But he doesn't, and therefore it isn't. So, oh well.
I love how the first couple years of Luke's career after Return of the Jedi is just putting younger men in danger, like Dev Sablara and Ken Palpatine.
Ken, yeah. Ken Torra.
Yeah, exactly. Just,
1 or 2, you gotta have a few test drives before you manage. Oh well.
Toss Jem in there too.
Jem
and her brother.
Yes.
Yeah. They are dead now. Kip Durran should probably have died, but he didn't.
No wonder Luke didn't have a kid for 20 years.
Yeah,
terrible.
That's imagine what kind of stuff he would have gotten him into. I mean, I guess Ben. I mean, as I've heard, Ben does almost get, raped by his cousin's ex-girlfriend. So, yeah, perhaps Luke getting children is a mistake. Who knows?
Brennan and Greyholm were arguing about this yesterday again.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
What was the conclusion?
I think it just fizzled out.
I guess. I suppose Greyholm argued it happened and Brennan argued it didn't. Or
no,
didn't.
He's like, yeah, but she's bad, so it's okay.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
You know how I feel about that.
We'll get there. We'll get there in 2 years.
Yeah.
I have I have everything mapped out for that stream. I know which is gonna be my profile picture. It's definitely this one. And yeah, the title will be like ha 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 or something. But Noah had a bunch of great ideas what my sacrifice stream could be named. So there you go.
I'm surprised that your profile picture won't be a picture of Chris Hansen.
It should. Oh, Chris Hansen. Where's the scene? Is it in Invincible?
It might be.
So perhaps I will. This is going to be sacrificed for, reasons. Things are happening, and I think
Invincible. You can make it there. You can make the title "There Are No Books After Unifying Force," and then have the thumbnail just the bossing say.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about Tahiri, Noah.
I hear Chris. Yeah. Yeah. The Star Wars universe needed Chris Hansen, but when they needed him most, he vanished. I think I'm actually if I somehow manage to get like a sound thing or something going, like a video, I'm just gonna take that one scene where that with the rotating light from the Legend of the Legend of Aang, like there is no war in Passis. Yeah, that's gonna be me trying to cope that there is no book afterwards.
There is no second Civil War.
That's gonna be, I've already determined. Like I think Sacrifice or Invincible might come up there, but I think Sacrifice is gonna be like the book that I'm just.
That's gonna break you. It's gonna be the.
I think I'm gonna piss myself laughing in this stream. It's just gonna be it's me trying to cope. Oh well, yeah, that's gonna be a thing, guys. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, so Luke and Ken, they are back in the Lost City, and apparently we get introduced to a defense mechanism that the Lost City has, which is a like a tubular lift, but it isn't actually a lift. It is a decoy, and it doesn't lead people to the Lost City, but it leads them to a cave, which they then can leave, but it doesn't actually ever lead them to the Lost City. So of course, if anybody just by chance manages to find or to like search for a lift, to find a lift, they might just get that one instead, and they will get yeeted out. But but there was tremors in that place. So now, apparently, people are gonna fall. Like when people go down there, they will fall down to a river of molten lava. Which so DJ now needs to repair that place because, of course, it's not supposed, like you're not supposed to just let innocent people die there by falling down into a molten river of lava. That doesn't sound too nice. So that's something we get, I guess. I mean, I guess the concept of a false lift is an interesting defense mechanism, and arguably a river of molten lava is as well. But oh well. Yeah, and exactly. So then DJ, while they are looking for the file about the Omni probe, he shares a new prophecy. So, like, of all the recent information that gets down there into the Jedi library, this is the most recent one because it's like it's very 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 recent. It's right now. This is a thing right now, and it's still in there for no apparent explanations, but it is. So yeah, we have a new prophecy, everyone, and apparently we will have a Jedi Knight who will be a captive of Scardia. So Scardia is the base of the Prophets of the Dark Side, and that the Jedi Prince will betray the Lost City. Oh, so yeah, look forward. What's going to happen here now?
Can't trust a Palpatine.
No, never trust a Palpatine. It's literally in their blood. But oh well, we will get there. Yeah. So of course, Zorba survived the Tatooine desert for 10 days without anything but cactus bushes for like food, I guess, and no actual drinks. Okay, there you go. That's it. Yeah, apparently people speak about how there is a magical master computer in the Lost City. At least according to Kadan, it is a thing that people mention. I don't get how he knows. I guess spy network probably. It's usually spies, so I'm gonna have to accept that here. Yeah, exactly. So there's a scene where Han, like, he reads a report about Triclops while Leia is trying to plan their wedding. And they are like very weird towards each other because Leia is like, oh, don't you even care about the wedding? But it's like he's literally working. Like, all of this seems pretty pressing. You should keep an eye on this random dude who gets violent outbursts and wants to spy on you and betray you. But yeah, and they're weird towards each other. But also Han has these weird responses where he isn't actually clear with what he means, but he is just vaguely insulting. Because of course
we need drama.
We need drama. I mean, it leads nowhere anyway. Thank God for that, by the way. But still, yeah, we need drama in a scene because I guess that's interesting. Yeah, okay, so the antenna that Triclops has in his head, it needs to be surgically removed, which makes sense, okay. But yeah, Triclops is still reporting back to the prophets while he's sleepwalking. So what the rebels now do is to leave behind misinformation about the lost city on purpose to set them on a false trail. And they also on purpose relax this air security around Yavin so that a probe droid comes in, gets the fake data, and gets it back to the prophets.
This is like a weirdly competent thing to do for this book series.
Actually, yeah, it is. I would still be like, perhaps just keep on destroying them, and if they ever manage to break through, then they have misinfo. But it's true, like, that they even have the idea is kind of crazy, really. But yeah, they do, and it's kind of cool, I have to say, yeah. But I think they only like give vague misinformation. Like, they could have just sent them to like the other side of the moon, but they don't. That's not cool. But yeah, it's a weirdly competent scene. I agree. Yeah, that's that. Chapter 4. Yeah, all the Moffs apparently were arrested off screen, and they are in a trial chamber. And there's like wind in there, and also an echo function because Kadan is evil, I guess, and he likes that. Yeah, I think they are basically dead at this point, but we will see. Exactly. So the spy device in Triclops' mouth, we can't just destroy that. We need something very specific. We need a chemical from what I just deemed a magic mushroom to destroy that thing. And of course, Luke and Ken will go and get these mushrooms because this is basically a fetch quest from an MMORPG, but the actual main character needs to do this. Like, we don't have a soldier who can just fly away for a second and get a fucking mushroom. It needs to be Luke Skywalker who does it with a child. Because, yeah.
Have you talked about the Ken age? Not Ken, the Triclops age problem at all yet?
I'm not sure I have. So what you may as well.
So Triclops, according to Wikipedia, I think was born around 18 or after 18 BBY, which would make him roughly 13 years old when Ken was born. Now we know that Triclops ages faster. That's why he has like white hair, even though he's like in his 30s or whatever. But I think that technically makes Kendalina.
Oh yeah,
a child predator. So
they have a thing with making women child predator in this franchise.
In Star Wars, yeah. I mean, so just something to keep in mind. I'm sure it was like the case where he was probably like in an adult body, but like the same thing happened in Republic Commando.
Yeah, right? I was about to mention that. I remember people talking about it where wasn't it a female Jedi being like, I see the Force presence of a kid, but it's clearly an adult man that's actually standing in front of me. Wasn't it something like that?
She has a kid with him.
Yeah. Triclops famously has a kid as well.
That's the Triclops age problem.
Oh yeah, it's that's very weird. Yeah, somebody should probably take a seat here.
Take a yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if only this was the worst problem of that book. But indeed, that is very, very, very weird. And yeah, I don't
love
get
how there are worse problems than that in the series, according to you.
it. I mean, it's probably the worst thing that happened. But I mean, the Rebel Alliance is actually having an active child soldier, which, I mean, okay, I guess we can fight whether that's worth it.
That's true. Well,
But they do have an active child soldier who's committing missions for them, so, and all sorts of possible atrocities. So there you go. Yeah, but no, I guess you need to look out for the women in Star Wars because they could just be predators, and you would never know. Oh well, yep.
Women can do it too.
Women can do everything a man can,
including crayon children.
And it's always Jedi women, because now we have 3 examples. We have Tahiri, we have the Etain or whatever her name is.
Maybe Karen Travis is right.
Maybe is that gonna be my conclusion from Karen Travis? Like, all these female Jedi being predators. Maybe she has a point. Yeah, maybe we do need the third blade of a 2-bladed problem or whatever that fucking quote was. Maybe we do. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. So, Karan is evil, so we need him to act evil. What good way is there? So, the 4 Moffs are in front of a trial. Now, Marcel, I'm sure you, as a lawyer, will know these sorts of trials where where the accused is supposed to immediately plead guilty and then beg for mercy afterwards, in the hopes that he will receive that.
Yes.
That happens. I've been told. Because Karan is evil, so we need to remember. Oh yeah, Zorba. Oh yeah, exactly. So Zorba is back with them, and he's like telling them, "Oh yeah, all sorts of these weird things are true," and they just believe him because I guess Zorba is trustworthy. I don't know. Karan once again, he writes a prophecy, and he gives it to the jurors, like to influence them in their decision. But hey, there you go. At least there's a jury on the Imperial Court. They're not all that bad, I suppose. Yeah, but oh yeah, apparently, actively on Hoth, there's something called an Imperial Correction Center. So I guess like a prison or something. But yeah, I'm not sure if that one gets ever mentioned again, because if you do remember in
Darksaber, yeah, they go back to Hoth.
They do go to Hoth, and there's nothing but old Rebel tech there, because of course there's nothing on Hoth. There never should be anything on Hoth other than one Rebel base from one movie. But
God, you don't want to know what's on Hoth and SWTOR.
Oh my God!
Yeah. I was on Hoth in SOTA plenty of times. I do remember.
Okay, well,
partially.
It's all gone. Don't worry. They just got rid of it.
They got rid of it. Yeah, I remember the huge Star Destroyer-esque thing just hanging around there.
That's right. It's such a busy planet, Hoth.
I guess it was on the other side of the planet. Who knows? I mean, sure, at some point people would go there. I remember.
There's nothing there. That's the point.
That is the point. I remember there was a random villain that stood like, I think at the top of a Star Destroyer. Like you could climb up the Star Destroyer, and like behind him there was basically nothing. So you could just use a force push ability to push him down into his demise, which was, I guess, kind of funny. So that is a good a good memory I have of Hoth. There you go. Yeah. So one of the Moffs gets sent to Arzit. Arzit, that is the planet with the magic mushrooms we need, because I said it there as well. Yeah, 10 characters meet each other all the time, everywhere. And yes, so Hissa will have a very specific execution. So Hissa will be starved until he basically becomes insane. He then gets, like, before he actually becomes insane and dies, he gets served his last meal, which are gonna be biscuits filled with parasites that will eat him from the inside. which is a very elaborate execution method. But yeah,
Who said these books were for kids?
that is true. It's like you have somebody's body being decomposed in acidic chemicals up until his hip bone. You have this. It's like, this doesn't really sound like kids' book to me as well. Yeah. So chapter 5. I have a sentence here, and I'm just gonna type it into the chat because at this point I was seriously wondering what the fuck I was even doing with my life at this point. Like, we have a sentence that is literally just quoted. Right. Just quoted like this. So come on. Yeah. Znitz kboob, R2D2 tooted. That was a sentence I read and I wrote down because I thought it was necessary.
Finer than Shakespeare.
Like, to be or not to be, like, that's nothing. This
is really the question.
This is the this is the to be or not to be of our age. I will say that. I do remember days when they were kids. Indeed, those were days I remember. I also remember the day when I was a kid. That was cool. Yeah. Exactly. So they go to this place, Luke, Chewie, and Ken. They bring one stun gun because, yeah. Luke and Chewie, they both get trapped by tentacles, which of course they need to be a thing because why shouldn't we have tentacles in here?
That's true.
That is indeed tooting that happens there. I remember that, yeah.
Which is also a continuity issue, by the way.
Imagine you are so incompetent that you manage to write a wedding that is all about farts, and even then you fuck up the timeline. How bad can you be as a company, Jesus Christ? All these people get paid 10 times the amount I do, so perhaps I'm the stupid one. Who knows? Yeah, but there you go. Yeah, we have tooting, and it's there you go. Whenever when do you remember all these times where Disney fans are like, oh, but you got you got your Grand Admiral Thrawn in Star Wars. What more do you want? That's one of these things. You got the tooting from Jedi Prince back in Disney, and you're not even happy with that. Star Wars fans, of course, right? They can't ever be satisfied.
They don't know what they want. That's the issue,
Exactly. They just want to hate. They have no idea. Yeah. So they get trapped in tentacles. Ken gets trapped into an arachnor web, I guess, or arachnor web. I'm not sure how you guys pronounce that. Yeah. Luke then breaks out with his lightsaber, which makes sense. He fights with one of these arachnors, but he gets webbed up as well. His lightsaber falls down. Luke tries to reach it, but he can't. Now, guys, I think you've both been aware of Star Wars longer than me, probably. So, have you heard of this Star Wars thing called the Force?
Nope, never.
You haven't.
Is that a Disney canon thing?
It might be a Disney canon thing, yeah. That's why it sounds so cringe, probably. Like Force, why even name it that, right? Yeah, but the Force had this very neat thing, and I do remember this scene as well from Empire, where Luke can't reach his lightsaber, but he has this thing called the Force, and he can pull his lightsaber. But he just doesn't do it here. For a reason. So he just is stuck there for now.
Well, he read the rest of the book, so
he knew the rest of the book had to happen. Exactly. No, you're of course correct. Pardon my mistake. You are. You have the knowledge here, correct? Of course, yeah. We have the rest of the book that needs to happen. So how else are you going to do that?
Haven't you seen Spaceballs? Like,
I have seen Spaceballs. Yeah,
it's the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I would rather have that instead. But oh yeah. Yeah, so of course there are stormtroopers there because they brought a Mafia, remember? One of them was sent to Arzid. They see, of course, that they capture Luke because, of course, Luke has unlearned the Force. He can't use it. And they want to bring him and Ken both to Kadan, because, of course, that's their thing. Yeah. Ken, once again, is a child. I guess he's very thirsty. So he just keeps on drinking tea that also has truth serum in it. He's being told not to do it, but he has to because he's just that cold. So he gives Kadan basically an exposition dump of everything that happened until this point. Yeah, Kadan tells Luke everything, like, oh, what is it about the Lost City? What's the deal with Triclops? I guess because he can do that. Yeah, Kadan is now very suspicious, like how easily they got all of that info, and so they want to go now to the Lost City, of course, to check, or at least he sends Hissa to check because he's one of the guys he basically sentenced to death already. So it's like, oh yeah, check out what the situation is there. Yeah, so of course the fake location that they gave him, that was obviously a trap. It's the lift trap that gets him down to the to the molten lava river. So there you go. And this time Trioculus actually dies. Wait, was it Trioculus? No, I think I remember. Or was it Hissa? I don't know. Somebody actually dies. There's so many people who return and die again, so I don't even know who was. I think it was Hissa who actually died this time. That's good. Yeah, it was Hissa. And yeah, and Kadan gets mad at Luke because they fed Triclops with wrong info, which I'm not sure if he even has any reason to believe that, because the rebels just could be wrong, I guess, but oh well, no, he knows. And yeah, Kadan has actually the other part of Ken's birthstone that he has around his neck all the time. And he will tell him all he wants to know, which is about his dad and his grandparents, if he leads them to the Lost City, which of course he will do. Yeah, so Ken is now basically on drugs in chapter 6 still. He wants to fulfill the prophecy. So I was like, oh yeah, so I just named all the things that the New Republic has made itself, or like the rebellion has made itself responsible for, which is treason, which is Han. I called it human and sex trafficking because that's how I view this one book that I don't like. They do actively suppress. Did actively suppress the press and journalists, which was kind of funny, I guess, at least. I called what happened to Kip Duran basically Operation Paperclip because, yeah, it is that. But now they did make Ken into a child soldier, which is cool. So there you go. That's the good guys I'm gonna rally behind. So yeah, Ken leads them there. He reunites with his pet, and that was written in this way, quote, Ken hugs his furry. I mean, there's something after like his furry companion or something, but I read that sentence, like that part of the sentence in isolation. I was like, oh yeah, there you go. Kadan is basically like trashing around DJ. Ken is sort of shocked that happens because it's Ken, I guess. Yeah, Luke escapes. He's like, he used mind control against people, and he's sort of baffled that works because I guess he now relearned the Force or something. Oh yeah, we did get exposed to a very important bit of information, which is Ken actually is the son of Triclops, which means he is the grandson of Mr. Palpatine himself. He is a Palpatine. What a twist. Yeah, there you go. Ken is he is. It's just like that movie I also watched, where there is a Palpatine. But at least the Skywalkers are still alive here, so that's good. Yeah, so there you go. This time Luke does use the Force to get his lightsaber, so I guess it just works again. The rebels come save them with like a stolen TNT tank, which I guess they could have just done that from the beginning anyway, but oh well. Oh yeah, Luke puts on heat-resistant clothing, and he wants to slide down the steam vents, which lead all the way down to the core, because the lift isn't working. So he wants to go to the Lost City, but he can't use the lifts anymore. And before the prophets can utilize the master computer, Luke comes in to save the day. An Imperial is basically having a normal one, and he just randomly shoots a shot at Kadan, who has to dodge the shot, but then the shot hits the computer and melts it. So that thing is now lost. Yeah, exactly. Ken Skywalker. Why not? Might as well at this point. And yeah, chapter 7. So, Luke explains to Ken, like, oh yeah, look, my father's Vader. I don't feel guilty for it because I am not Vader, and so you shouldn't feel guilty that Palpatine is your grandfather as well, which is a lot better than a lot of Luke's phantom portrayals usually are. So we'll give him that. Yeah, exactly. Suddenly, Triclops basically is sort of free now, but he has a sudden moment of rage. He is not trapped behind ray shields, because of course he isn't. Those aren't a thing, I guess. He's just trapped behind metal bars, so he can escape, and he's gone for now. Luke and Ken basically use the Force together to escape with the lift from the Lost City, which I guess is sort of nice. I mean, Ken is 12 and he should actually be of no help to Luke, but it's nice that they have a little team up there. Kadan is still in the city. They, of course, just let him be there. I was like, they probably he's just chilling around there. So I'm like, I don't know. You could send down gas bombs down the steam vents or something to hope that something happens to him. But no, he's there for now. So yeah, Triclops apparently that's going to be what we get from Noah's fanfiction. Triclops will apparently do something. That's going to be very horrible, but he has a very touching note left behind for Ken to be like, oh, try to not hate me for what I'm about to do, but I have to, and I hope that one day we see each other again. And yeah, and we get a nice little ending scene where Leia is looking down the aisle. She's there. She's supposed to get married to Han, and she's thinking about how they might even get twins at some point, which of course, I mean, yeah, they do. And because
yeah, they do.
I did read the Thrawn trilogy, so yeah, I remember that they get twins. And she's just, she's just looking forward to her entire life, which I guess,
And all her friends are there, like Ken Palpatine, and
not Lando.
Not Lando.
Who cares about Lando, honestly? I mean, I get it. Yeah, there you go. And it's just, Han and Leia are about to get married now. How great! They marry, and they never have to wonder about each other's loyalties again, which is great. Cope, yeah. So that's Prophets of the Dark Side.
20 to 10.
Based.
What would you say? Yeah.
I don't know. This was like a 6 out of 10 for me as well.
I guess so.
I guess 5.5. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll have to reevaluate. I'll have to reevaluate all these scores when I actually make a tier list for the young adult stuff. But
oh yeah,
compared versus other things.
At some point, I will have to do a stream like a ranking streams, like tier lists, and I will have to rank those. Jeez, that's gonna be fucking tough. But oh well, there you go. We have done the actual canonical Jedi Prince stories, and now we shall do Shadows of Obi-Wan. So the first part of Mr. Quality Autism's fanfiction. Noah, you haven't been here for the entire stream. You may jump on now if you want to, but otherwise we will just do it anyway.
Explain the references and stuff.
You can explain, all the weird chronology keeper things you did in that book, or in these books generally, which you may do if you want to. But yeah, so let's just jump in for now. Chapter 1. So, oh yeah, I was like, the first thought I had, like, yeah, those are gonna be horrendous Jedi Prince stories because they actually try to explain things, which that just doesn't fit. That's not in character. I have to sleep and no, you don't. Trust Marcel and Pico to do a good job explaining things.
Well, I can only stay for the first one because then I have to drive to Toronto so I can meet this other man.
I gotta hop off now myself.
I see. Well,
yeah.
That is said. Then I shall try to finish them off as quickly as possible. But yeah, thanks a lot for jumping on, Marcel.
For sure.
Great.
Yeah. I love Jedi Prince. Unironically, it's hilarious.
I may like it sort of ironically. I'm not sure yet.
And I really enjoyed Noah's fan fiction continuation of it.
Yeah, I think that's.
So I'll look forward to watching the recap later.
Yep, I am too. That's hope to see. Hope you like the rest. And yeah, no. As I said, thanks again for joining. You're always welcome. And yeah, have a nice day, I guess.
Take care.
Bye. So yeah, chapter 1 exactly. So we get introduced to Azrakel. He's just beating up a bunch of stormtroopers in the beginning, which is like, the design he was described with was pretty cool, and I sort of thought that scene was kind of funny. And we get introduced to another, central character here, which is Afshin Makati. He is one of the so-called legendary 12 admirals. He seems to be like charismatic in a way, but apparently that there seems to be nothing that special about him generally. But yeah, where they are, so they kind of have an unstable alliance, an actually unstable alliance, not what Kevin calls an unstable truth between Luke and Mara. No, they actually have an unstable alliance.
Which, I thought the same thing when I read that part.
It's like, oh yeah, this is how it's supposed to look like. People who actually don't like each other and not who do like each other. I don't think I have in my summaries. I may just scroll up.
I was going to, but then I procrastinated reading it so long until last night, and then I was like exhausted, so I didn't bother writing any notes. But I did look up every reference you saw, or you wrote.
Yeah, that is cool. I may just try to quickly then scroll up. I mean, there's not a lot of happening in the Jedi Prince channel anyway, so I should find them quickly.
There's a lot of cool Marvel references. I know. I definitely noticed all that because I just read it. So
I remember those, and some of the references that I got. I remember there is a brief mention of the Cersei or the Cersei station from Crystal Star, so that has a very brief mention. But yeah, the other ones that I have or that we will find, I'm going to mention later. Exactly. The manpower from them is limited. So Makati does point out, like, hey, you probably shouldn't fuck up our stormtroopers. It doesn't seem like Azrakel cares too much, which now looking back at it, I guess that sort of makes sense for the kind of character he is. He's not really that interested in anything relating to Makati, and Makati's probably like, yeah, he's too much of a useful tool for now to just yeet him away. So there you go. Azrakel is a former pupil of Kadan and basically hates his guts a lot. And Makati once was humiliated by Kadan in front of his crew. I think like, oh, you should watch how your subordinates speak to you or something. That was the scene. I was like, okay, yeah, nice. I understand all. And they do know that the Lost City is a thing, which I don't remember if it gets resolved why or how they know that, but yeah, for now they just know it, and we will see what they do. And they want to go to Yavin to basically ignore the rebels and just go what they are there for in the first place, which is the Lost City. Yeah, I think I'm going to find all of those in the Jedi Prince channel simply. So I shall probably quickly scroll back there and just give it afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Grand Admiral from Vision of the Future, which was great.
Oh, yeah. I remember. I think somebody told me that. Yeah. exactly. I was like, oh yeah, you built more canonicity upon a Zahn character, which is based. And Noah is a big Zahn fan, I know, so he liked that comment from me. Exactly. So, chapter 2, yeah, we left off with Han and Leia's wedding. Well, of course, they do get married very, very, very much later on in the timeline. Too much, I would argue. So, the wedding now gets crashed by stormtroopers. Yeah, and I was like, okay, yeah, I get it needs to happen, but I just find this going back and forth so cringe because we could have just married them here and have another story be in that timeline. But oh well, I get it. It's an established canon. You can't just, if you want to stay within it, you can't just write something else. So I perfectly understand. I was like, yeah, perhaps I did feel like this place should have perhaps heavier and higher security because it's at this moment in time basically the most important room in the galaxy to the New Republic, or like one of them, because everybody that's sort of value is there. Like Luke, Han, Leia. I think Mon Mothma probably was there too, and other guys. So yeah,
Yeah, if Han dies, how are they going to send people on suicide missions?
Exactly. Who else is going to do it, right? All the other ones, they are nice. We don't want to kill him, but Han, yeah. He only, if he actually just dies, then yeah, he can't commit any more suicide missions, which is his point of his character. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So and Triclops is back and he's attacking with them. It's also good that we immediately kept going on with him as well. That's the place where the very limited casting of the book, it does make sense. So it's good that he is back. He's back and he is an important character here. Ken tries to yell out to Triclops, but he just shouts like a maniac and runs away, and the stormtroopers run away with him. And the troopers apparently were Kadan's men from the Lost City, which means that he escaped. We don't really get how he escaped, but I guess he just did. Maybe he also used the Force or something. We don't know. It's like, okay, I guess Kadan isn't actually supposed to die at this point, so you can't kill him. But yeah, he probably should have died. I mean, honestly, a long time ago already. It's like, yeah, this Ken Triclops thing, I think that had the most possible potential for me, and I think it was resolved nicely enough. So that was good. Chapter 3, yeah. So Luke wants to assist Ken in finding Triclops, and he has sympathy for that, which of course he would. But and he has his first doubts about being afraid of misteaching him, since he really has no experience in that. But he wants to try anyway, which also makes complete sense. I think that's where he later on referenced a specific student, I think, from the Marvel comics who Luke deems that he failed. I'm not sure. Was it like Dio or something, or Dino? Or I'm not sure. It's something, I don't know. Maybe if Noah is still in the chat, he could write it. But yeah, he does reference this one sort of pupil he had in the Marvel comics who then left. So there you go. Cairo, there you go. It was my mistake. Or Kiro, yeah, exactly. So that's one of the references you have here. And yes, so we have the Steadfast. So the Steadfast is Makati's ship. It arrives, and he doesn't believe Leia initially. So he's like, we have no business with you. We just want Kadan. Where is he? Leia's like, he escaped. Sorry. He doesn't believe them. So they want to stay for half a day before they get, to give them a chance to return Kadan to them before they will blow up the temple of the rebels if they don't deliver. Like, yep, that makes sense. I see. Yeah, and still. Yeah, and something I did wonder, but Noah then explained it to me, like, because to me it seemed like, okay, Kadan is sort of now the official emperor. So and Makati is an imperial, still an active one. So does it make sense for an imperial to be in open rebellion with the actual emperor? But then I guess canonically at this point, Isard is already the quasi-emperor. So the connection is from there, and of course Isard wouldn't give a damn about the prophets of the dark side, so I perfectly understand that. And yeah, we get a distraction. So the rebels try to get Makati away from Yavin 4. So what 3PO does is that so they do is that 3PO is on board of a ship that flies away. 3PO uses his voice modulators to impersonate Karan, and he leaves with Luke and Ken like on a rebel ship to lure them away. Ken going along is not good. I mean, at this point, it has been established that Ken regularly does go along on these missions. It is not something you can just now start to be like, okay, yeah, I guess you shouldn't really be going on these lethal missions. So it is what it is. Chapter 4, yeah. So
before you start this one, this was like the only reference I didn't get, and I don't know if Noah's still here. What is the New Republic Starhopper from? I tried looking that up, but
Starhopper.
I was drawing a blank.
I feel like I've heard that.
Yeah. Same, but
it feels like I have.
I couldn't find it on Wikipedia.
Wait, wait, I have a canon thing, so that's not.
Yeah, I saw that one, but
Noah, maybe if you're still here,
if you're still here,
you can explain it, yeah, otherwise. Because I also feel like Starhopper. I feel I've definitely heard that, but I wouldn't be able to tell you where from, which context. Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna keep talking. Maybe Noah's gonna type it. That would be cool. Yeah. Exactly. So Ken. Yeah. So Ken is supposed to like basically go sort of on the journey that Luke went on Dagobah, which sort of makes sense. He's supposed to not to face his demons. Maybe Ken is a bit too young still for that, and Ken seems like he seems very adult, but I'm like, okay, still, this also isn't Noah's fault. It's like Ken doesn't, like, most of the times I don't feel like Ken acts like an actual 12-year-old. He seems more like an adult to me, and this going on, like this continuing on, I guess it's just character consistency, even though maybe it shouldn't have been that way in the first place, but it makes sense how he acts if we just care about consistency for now. Yeah. So, but yeah, Luke sort of lets Ken go alone to the cave on Dagobah, whereas he returns to the base on Mount Yoda. It's like that sounds like a recipe for disaster. That probably shouldn't have happened. But yeah, Ken goes to the dark side cave. He sees a vision of the Emperor torturing Triclops, which was a pretty well written and very, very dark scene, which I liked a lot. And yeah, and Ken briefly even gets words of encouragement from Obi-Wan, apparently, before he, as you could think would happen, is picked up by Azrael. Chapter 5, yeah. So Azrael took Ken because he thought, there was a massive presence in the Force, so he might as well just go check what is there. And I'm like, it makes sense. The term Starhopper comes from the OG Marvel comics, if that's what you mean.
It's a term. Okay. I thought it was an actual ship.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a ship, so I'm like, I also assumed, because it reminds me of Skipper. Isn't like Skipper also kind of like that they use in the Smuggler's Run, so I just assumed that Starhopper would also be a ship, but okay, I guess it's just a word then. Yeah, there you go. So Azrael was like, I feel a massive presence in the Force. I might as well check what it is, which makes perfect sense to me. His thing is sort of that he's very proficient at tracking people who have a Force presence, which I'm not sure if you got a specific explanation for it, or if it's just that is what he is proficient in. But exactly, that's what we get for now. And it did make me wonder if that was why they managed to so quickly figure out that the rebel ship that they went after isn't actually the one that they supposed they were looking for, because they couldn't feel Kadan on there. So that makes perfect sense as well. Yeah, exactly. So Ken is basically trying to find a way to survive for now. He tries to tell them, okay, like Makati and Azrael, like, okay, I can help you find Kadan. And also, yeah, there's the scene where Ken sees like the insanity of Makati's eyes. I'm like, I like that Makati is this way. It feels a bit more distinct, but again, yeah, it's Ken being very mature, which this is just something that went through the entirety of the Jedi Prince book, so I can't blame Noah for that, for keeping that in, that sort of mentality. And yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, just in general, I like Noah that you seemed very, very much thinking about like, okay, I'm writing a thing. This thing can be a problem for these reasons. So let me find those mechanisms that actually help, that actually manage to like nullify these reasons, and then everything happens as it's supposed to. It's like it seems as though a lot of authors don't have that internal dialogue. Is like, oh, I have a problem, but how am I going to solve this problem? Some people just seem to stop at that point, and it's good to see that there are clear traces that you have done that here. So I like that part. Exactly. Yeah. So Ken has a specific idea, even where Kadan could be. He mentions the Besh Gorgon system, specifically a place called the Wheel. Now, as I understood, the Wheel is from the Marvel comics as well.
Yes, it is.
It is a place from the Marvel comics. It's a space station that is full of criminals. They don't have an allegiance to the Empire. So there might be like a chance for them that he could be there. Like Ken had a general area that he spotted out, and that place is in there. And it seemed like as though it could be a good place for Kadan to hide in, because he, of course, doesn't want to be anywhere close to Imperials. He's now on the run. So that makes sense. And yeah, exactly. He tries to communicate the location that he's going to Luke over the Force. So Ken tries to anyway, and it works and it makes sense. I think like the term "the wheel," like that one comes through to him, and that's how he manages to determine, oh, okay, it's this place that I need to go to now. Chapter 6, exactly. So Azrakil is there. He's basically like, I'm gonna destroy the wheel if I'm not allowed to conduct my search and to find Kadan. The droids basically, like the people running the place, are like basically, okay, don't cause any havoc, do your thing. I guess it makes sense they actually don't want to have open combat there, even though they don't accept the Empire as like their superiors in any way. But yeah, they do threaten, like, if you do anything weirdly, we're gonna destroy you, or like we're gonna attack, I guess. Because I'm like, I mean, the Steadfast is a Star Destroyer, so I'm not sure that how much of a fight they could pull. But yes, so that makes sense. And it also makes sense how Azrakil is immediate, like, yeah, I'm business here. I'm not here for talking. Let me do what I want, or I'm gonna fucking blow you up. Exactly. Oh yeah, there was a reference that Han and Luke took a trip to the wheel, so I guess that is from the Marvel comics. Yeah, I did hope for an explanation about what the master computer actually was. We didn't get that, but like, yeah, I would, like, nobody would actually know what to do with that master computer thing. So
that's why you don't do these things.
Yeah, like a thing that knows everything. That usually really, really shouldn't be a part of your story. So I can't blame Noah for that. Yeah, and Ken. So they basically meet up there. Ken provokes Azrakil because it's clear that Azrakil seems to be afraid of Kadan. He steals his lightsaber, which causes Kadan to run away, because, like, they I think they're like in a cantina or basically something like that. Kadan is there, and Ken causes a scene which makes Kadan notice everything. The stormtroopers, they open fire simply, and then there's just a messy bar fight there where everyone is just sort of shooting everyone, the security, the stormtroopers, and also random people that are just there. I think they're like playing games and whatnot. And exactly, yeah, and Azrakil, yeah, he like shocked for a moment there because he was so enraged suddenly that Ken took his lightsaber. But also like, yeah, he probably could have also just immediately gone after him because, I mean, Ken being 12, he's still a pretty small boy, and Azrael, I'm not sure if we have the actual physicality of Azrael, but the way he was described, it sounded like he was like I don't know, 10 foot tall or something, or like 3 meters. So yeah, I just assumed, okay, he would probably catch up with him quickly, but I can sort of buy how it played out in this case. Oh yeah, and Azrael, in theory, also should be able to use the Force pull because that's something he could do. So he probably could have done that with Ken as well. But yeah, chapter 7 exactly. Ken like briefly activates the lightsaber and he tries to fight, but he's really unable to even precisely deflect the shots or really do a lot with them, and he loses his stamina very quickly, which also, it's like, okay, that makes perfect sense. He's a youngster. He has no experience with any of this. Yeah, exactly. And Ken, oh yeah, exactly. So Mastercom is like the guy who runs, like the droid who runs the wheel. He brings in Luke now, who has arrived to the wheel as well. They are very calm and collected, actually directing people to go outside, which was really cool there. Han was also like, there was a random scene where Han mentioned chances in a way, which of course that's the running gag that Han doesn't like talking about his chances. And Ken just had a little quip in his mind there about that when he did mention it out of his own volition, which was kind of funny. Exactly, yeah. So Azrael this time he uses the Force and he takes the lightsaber out of Ken's hand, and exactly. But oh no, Azrael he just used the Force, but he didn't take the lightsaber. So Ken took the lightsaber actually with him, and they escape on the Falcon. Which, yeah. So wait. Exactly. So the Falcon manages to escape. That's something that happens. Ken still had Azrael's lightsaber, and of course, he really likes his lightsaber, so he wants to have it back, of course. So that I guess it was the amount of goofy, let's say, that was to be expected from that series. Like it's a bit of a difficult thing where you're writing for a series that's meant to be goofy, and so it's like you either could write not goofy, which I would consider usually better, but that would.
But you're trying to match the pros, so it
exactly
actually is the continuation.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, you would break the tone of the series, which would of course not be considered good, I guess. But I mean, I'm more open to doing that if the series is just not good. But yeah, I understand why people want to do it. 4 hours, yeah. Fucking hell, I don't know what we talked about for 4 hours. I took way too many notes. Oh well, I'll do a speed run. I don't know. You said you can only be here for one because this is the end.
I gotta go drive.
You gotta go drive. Maybe just a quick out of 10 for this one if you have.
This one I would give a 7. I think it's significantly better than the others, and I think it's the worst of these three. I think the best one is the next one. What's it called? Legacy of Doom.
Legacy of Doom, yeah.
And then Admiral's Wrath is between.
I'm gonna see when I remember the stories.
I want to say the next two are 7.5s for me, but
7.5
that might change. Who knows?
Okay,
they're both really good.
Yep. But yeah, 7 out of 10. I think that's very fair because I would also agree it's significantly better than the original. I guess you would call them that, the original Jedi Prince stories. But yeah, so no. Anyway, I don't want to keep you on here any longer than you need to. Thanks for staying on for so long. Have lots of funsies in Toronto. And yeah, next week is going to be the New Rebellion. I don't know. Do you want to be on? Like, are you going to be on that one?
We'll find out. I should be. I don't see why.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if you read the story because I didn't.
I haven't yet, but I have a week. That'll be fine.
Okay, yeah. Well, there you go. That's great. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for staying on for so long. And see you next time. Have fun.
Have fun with the rest.
I shall try, yeah. Bye-bye. So, it's been a long while since I've been alone here, so I'm gonna very quickly just push through those and get them out of the way. So, I would also agree 7 out of 10 is probably the safe bet, because, yeah, significantly better than the other ones. Chapter 1 now, Legacy of Doom. So, we get a reference to something called the Nagai invasion. That could be I don't remember if you explained that one to me, Noah, but that could be a Marvel Comics reference as well, because I don't remember ever reading anything about a Nagai invasion. Yeah, Lando makes a joke about the ruined wedding, which of course I'm not a fan of, because I would have preferred them to get married here, but I explained that one before, obviously. Nagai Toph was from Marvel, yes. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so we have that. Exactly. And Lando is on Endor with his next business thing, which is that he has he specifically has a bunch of LGC droids, or just legacies. They are disguised as Ewoks. They basically function as a defense force, both for the Alliance that still has bases on Endor, and for tourists, since they also come to Endor, since it's now basically a historical site and it inspires people to come there. It's like, okay, that makes perfectly sense, and they want to sleep under the stars and have that full immersive experience, basically, which makes sense to me. And of course, Zorba is back. I don't like Zorba. We've gone over that, but oh well. He is part of that storyline. He will get his little finishing move as well. Exactly. So, chapter 2. Yeah, I like the way that Azrael and Makati are described to be very useful towards each other. Because writing unstable alliances is never really easy, because you always need a reason. Why isn't that alliance just blown up? Like, why do they actually still remain with each other? And I think that the way you wrote it here, Noah, is actually pretty well done. So that's cool, yeah. Exactly. Oh yeah, I made a little joke, because there was a sentence there which said Kadan God escaped us. So I just poked a bit of fun at Noah there, because oh well, he I like that he did that, yeah. I like that he had that little mistake in there. Exactly, yeah. So Azrael really Azrael, he really wants revenge. I was like, yeah, what exactly is with Makati? Like, he was still an official Imperial, but we got that out of the way. He's an Imperial during the time where Isard was already in place, and of course Isard wouldn't care about the prophets, so all of that makes sense. And yeah, Zorba, he sends a spy to Endor because he hears weird things from there. I was like, yeah, Noah now successfully became a Star Wars author by having a spy there that just randomly delivers exposition. So there you go. You have officially joined the ranks of Star Wars authors with that one, Noah. And yeah, so the Imperials, they team up basically with Zorba, also just temporarily. They are like, get those. We are gonna get those droids, and Zorba just wants to take some of them while also destroying Lando's business, which also makes sense. Chapter 3, yes. So we get a little POV from Triclops here. He's like thinking about the hopelessness of his situation, also in relation to Ken, which was very well done, I would say. I like that one. We get a bunch of references. Oh yeah, I did. I think I added them in here now. So we have a bunch of references here that I'm just gonna name, because none of them actually mean anything to me. I haven't read Marvel Comics. So we get a reference to Iskalon, to something called the Cobra, to Cairo, to a character called Death, to, I think it's a character, I assume so anyway, to Mimban, and to Kaibur. Yeah, I was like, these connections, they mean nothing to me. I haven't read the original stories, but for those who have read the original stories, they should mean a lot. So that's really cool. Exactly. And Ken got the information. Ken got information about where his dad is by him. Like he got it via the Force. Death Sabor. It's the victim of the Siruk, right? That was Death Sabor. Oh, I see. Yeah. I remember now. The Cobra is Lando's ship from the Marvel run. I see. Okay, I obviously don't know this one, but Death Sabor. Yeah, no. Now that you mention it, that one actually means something to me. I know that one. Yeah. Exactly. So there you go. And yeah, now Endor now, of course, gets ambushed by the Steadfast. That was a nice little scene where I think that was Lando who said, like, I don't feel like taking on a maniacal admiral and his personable wannabe Vader right now. I was like, that's just a great sentence. That one was really funny, I have to say. Chapter 4, Ken once along will come along with Luke. So it isn't good, but we've talked about it 10 times already. It is part of the series. We can't change that. It's not good, but oh well. Exactly. So Luke, very briefly, he got distracted by a scream that he heard when he engaged Triclops, and then he gets shot down. It's like, yeah, that was kind of easy for me. And yeah, when they attacked, what I would have assumed Lando would do is immediately activate the legacies that he has. He should have done that, but that didn't work that way. So now Azrakal managed to reprogram them to instead listen to him, which they now will do. Yeah, exactly. And and there's a brief interaction between Ken and Triclops, and he tries to get him basically on their side. And it was a very nice, also nice, heartwarming scene, and I liked that a lot. But exactly, yes. So yeah, Luke has an injured arm here in this fight, which makes him unable to dodge one of Triclops' attacks. That was something I don't think I quite got, because, like, I mean, sure, it would hurt, but let's say if you have a broken arm and somebody tries to shoot at you and you are trying to jump out of the way, the arm itself wouldn't be a hindrance to the jumping process. But yeah, exactly. And Triclops very briefly manages to resist the control that Kadan has over him, and so he basically throws Luke and Ken away towards their ship where they are now, because Jedgar almost would have killed Ken, and that was him resisting that control briefly was a very cool scene. Chapter 5. Yeah, exactly. The little legacy droids, the Ewoks, they can shoot fire from their eyes, and it can even burn down like stormtrooper armor. That must be very hot fire, but it was just funny as hell, I have to say. But I'm like, okay, but these kind of droids are actually very useful, and they probably should also be in more armies, especially since it seems like it was pretty easy for Lando to find out that they were a thing. Exactly, yeah. Lando. There's a scene where Lando gets choked by Azrakal. But he manages to save himself by supposedly, like, they're in a place, and supposedly Lando activates the self-destruction. Azrakal just throws him away. He probably should have just killed him immediately. He doesn't. He just hurls him away and runs out of the building. The countdown actually was fake, though, which was just that was a very smart move. I like that a lot. And yeah, and now they call for help from both Leia and Luke on Endor, which makes perfect sense. Chapter 6. Best stream title ever. I can't wait to watch the archive. Hey, Brennan. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I don't know what the hell we talked almost 4.5 hours for, but yeah, I made way too many notes on this book. That's one of the things I really try to hold myself back with the New Rebellion. It was just too much. Yeah. Based Jaded Talk with the amazing nuanced titles, the best on YouTube. Well, thanks a lot. And I'm trying to get the most quality titles out there. It doesn't always work, but I attempt to do my best here. Exactly. So we're now at Legacy of Doom. So we're almost finished here. We only have 1.5 stories left to go. Exactly. So, chapter 6 now. So, Ken gets to make the decision. Like, are we gonna help Endor now, or are we gonna try to go back and pursue Triclops? Which Luke probably also could have just said, we need to go to Endor. This is pressing. It's very important. We can always just find Triclops later. But I sort of like that scene, and since Ken chooses Endor anyway, because it's like, okay, yeah, fine. I want to save my father, but this is more pressing. Which was a great little scene. I like that one. Kadan tries to make fun of him basically in that scene, so fun of Triclops, where it's like, oh yeah, look at your son, he's abandoned you. Triclops seems almost shocked by it, but I guess in the end he understood why he did what he did, and I mean it does make sense for him. For Ken to say, okay, yeah, we'll go to Endor. This is a more important issue at the moment. Yeah, Makati is livid that Azrakal let the legacies actually attack the stormtroopers, like as a form of test of strength, which is also perfectly in character. TheJadedTalk is very more good. I'm trying to think. This sounds like German Alex to me, like that moi. That's too weird. That is Alex. Quality avian flu. Yeah, sure. This is Alex. Exactly. So yeah. And yeah, the Ewoks, they have a little secret button on the necks of them, which they can use to turn them off. So the actual Ewoks now arrive to press those buttons. Azrakal comes along. He basically quickly gets all the people that gets all the droids that are deactivated, and even the activated ones. Like they grab 2 deactivated ones, so they get as many as possible with them, and they leave the place. I was like, still, I don't like how they didn't attack right in the beginning. They should have been active the whole while. But okay, now that is the scene that we have. And yeah, Luke and Ken land on the planet. Azrakal this time immediately uses the Force to take his lightsaber before Luke and Ken even react. I'm like, okay, he could have also probably pulled out Luke's lightsaber as well, which would have meant that both Luke and Ken wouldn't have any weapon. But he didn't. He just took his one. I guess he also cares about a fight, sort of, and that's what part of his enjoyment is. So I can almost accept that. Basically, yeah. And we have now chapter 7, the last chapter. For a split second, like for a few seconds, I guess, we have Azrakal, who did just a little bit too much in regards of the Force to me. So he guarded himself. He used the lightsaber to guard himself against Luke's lightsaber. And he threw him to the ground. He deflects blaster shots by both Han and Chewbacca. And he also force choked Lando. And he did all of this at the same time, that's a lot. It's very strong, yeah. Favorite Jedi Prince book. Oof. I mean, if we include Noah's, it's either gonna be this or the next one. It might be the next one for me, but I will see until I've gone through the story again. If we just talk about either Legacy of Doom or Admiral's Wrath, if we just consider the actual EU David's Jedi Prince books, then it would probably be the last one. Prophets of the Dark Side might just be my favorite one instead. Yeah. So either Prophets from the Dark Side, if we only consider the David's books. If we consider all of them, it would probably be either Legacy of Doom or Admiral's Wrath. Yeah. And you may also just say what was your favorite one. I would assume also Noah's ones, but perhaps you're going to surprise me. Exactly. Yeah. So we have that. Leia arrives on the system as well, but she was too far away to immediately attack because in that time until she arrives on Endor, Azrael had time to escape, take all the droids, go into the Steadfast, and then escape again. Makati will actually give a few legacies to Zorba as he promised him, and he wants to now wait at Scardia for Kadan to arrive because he just assumes at some point he will turn up there. I think, actually, when I read this one, I considered it weaker than the first one, but I think I've changed my mind on that one. I think I agree with Pico that it probably this one is the best or second best one. I'm gonna see for Admiral's Wrath, but yeah, this is all for now. I think I'm gonna agree with Pico as well that it is it is a 7.5 out of 10 probably. I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, it's definitely still far stronger than the regular Jedi Prince books, and it is a bit stronger, I would say, specifically from an emotional aspect, like from the relationship between Ken and Triclops that we get here very briefly, but we get it. I would consider it a bit stronger than Shadows of Obi-Wan. So yeah, last but not least, let's finally finish with it. We've been here for far too long. The Admiral's Wrath, Chapter 1. So Lando now found out that one of Zorba's spies was on Endor initially. I did wonder how he managed to find that out, but we don't get any more about that. And yeah, Lando and Ken will now go to Bespin, basically to get Lando to win Cloud City back. Lando this time insists on using his cards, since he, as he says, doesn't cheat. Yeah, like I was also wondering, when did Lando recognize that he was cheated on? I'm not sure if Zorba gloated in his victory and told him that, or because I don't remember him actually telling. But yeah, Lando just assumed that he was cheating, but he couldn't do anything against it at the time. Zorba accepts the conditions, which he obviously shouldn't do because Zorba has no chance. But I could almost buy that he's too arrogant, but yeah, I was like, Zorba knows that he has no chance. That's why he cheated in the first place. So perhaps he shouldn't actually use those. But yeah, he accepts. So Zorba obviously never expected to win, actually, which then, comparing that scene to now makes sense. And he sends in the legacy droids once he loses. Lando this time uses a new remote control that he has in his walking stick, which he made since the last time, since the last battle. He should have arguably always had that kind of mechanism, but yeah, this time he is prepared for it, and the droids are shut off. He takes control of them again. He tries to enforce his win. But he actually doesn't want to just stay here now. He wants to go back to the rebels and help them with Kalan first, but he was like, oh, I owe the win to the residents of Cloud City, because basically everything that happened to them afterwards is my fault. Which is true, factually. So I like that Lando had this little introspection here. Chapter 2, there really wasn't a lot to say there. The Admiral and Azrakal arrive at Scardia to wait for Kadan there, and the gang will go there with the Cobra, so Lando's old ship, and the Falcon to go rescue Triclops as well. So Ken going along, though, same old, don't need to repeat myself. Chapter 3, Azrakal. Azrakal is there. He makes body cam footage, which is kind of smart. Probably people should always do that to document all things happening around them. Exactly. So we have a bunch of prophets showing up at Scardia without Kadan for now. It's only a bunch of them. Azrakal introduces himself, and he basically demands a tour. He's like, oh yeah, I'm going to be his new ally. It does seem like the prophets don't know who he is. And I'm like, they probably should know. But, I was like, they probably should know who he is. But, yeah, I was then wondering, how secret is Azrakal existence supposed to be? So I just went like, okay, yeah, fine, that's just going to be this for now. But especially considering Kadan has a spy network, it seemed to me as though people should know who Azrakal is and how he looks like. But they don't, and they get promptly slaughtered instead. And so that makes perfect sense for Azrakal. But yeah, that's considering that all of these forces now left, that all of these presences now left the Force, Kadan probably should be warned about going to Scordia. Or even if he goes there and nobody responds to him, he should probably be like, wait, what's going on? This may be a trap. Exactly. And we get introduced to Ken's mother. I think her name was Kendalina. And we don't get introduced to her. She also isn't here anymore, but we get a bit of exposition about her. And something I really liked, that was actually the only reference that I recognized because I read the story, is that Ken's mother is the daughter of Rath Elan and the former princess and now Queen Lords, or like Lords, yeah, I think that's the pronunciation, which I really liked. So it is from, I think it's a Tales comic, but it's like part of the Republic storyline where a random Jedi just crash lands on a planet, more or less like falls in love with this local princess that he saves there from being married off. And she's like, I think she was like, in the end, if you grow up, please come back to me. And yeah, we never got anything about that again. And I guess most people don't even really like that story, but I don't know, I thought it was charming. I did enjoy it. And to get that connection now, like, oh yeah, okay, they actually got married and they had a kid who wound up being Ken's mother. That one I actually really liked as a reference. Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember that. Yeah, and exactly, yeah. But no, I really like that. That was my favorite reference because yeah, obviously I didn't get the other ones. I guess I should have got Death since I've read through Sepakura. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed that one, even though most people don't care. But I really liked it. The planet didn't have a name, so I named it after the princess, making her Princess Lords of Lords. Well, that's great. I didn't know that the planet had no actual name. Wait, what like when I search for her Princess Lords, is it even gonna come up to me? No, I get something entirely different. Wait, Princess Lords Star Wars. Yeah, it's just a fairly low-tech planetoid that she was on. Well, that's great. Exactly, yeah, no, so we get that. I like that. I like that connection. So chapter 4, a very interesting title. So we get somebody from the Defel, like Defel or Defel, probably. Defel makes more sense. Race called Define. So he is literally Define the Defel, which is an interesting name. He is the interrogator of Kadan. He survived Azrakel's attack, actually, and wants to try and get away. He's like hiding in the shadows, trying to sneak around Azrakel until he manages to maybe steal a ship, which is kind of cool. Makati has the idea I should retreat with my Star Destroyer to not obviously scare Kadan before he even enters the station, which makes perfect sense. Luke now can sense Azrakel and assumes also Makati would be close with his Star Destroyer that he doesn't see, which makes a lot of sense. The Defel actually almost manages to escape to the shuttle, but last second, Azrakel follows him basically. And I did something and I wrote it down in my notes. And Noah, I know you'll be proud of me for this one. I was saying that Noah does a little denning here, where he gets very violent with the death. So Azrakel literally chokes the Defel, like he has his hand on his throat. He also uses Force Lightning so much until the Defel starts to whimper, until his fur catches fire, and his eyes start to melt until it pours out of its sockets, both of them, which is very gruesome. And perhaps Noah got inspiration from his favorite author there. Who knows? Maybe you can share it in the comments if you wishes so. Exactly, but as Azrakal escapes too, the Falcon doesn't follow him since now Kadan is going to arrive. That also makes perfect sense. Chapter 5, also not a lot to say. Kadan reaches the station. He finds, of course, the battlefield. The scene, like how the corpses looked like, how the whole scenery looked like. I like that one. It was very, of course, it was a very brutal look, so you would have to describe it that way, and I enjoyed that. And yeah, Ken manages to distract Triclops long enough actually to show him that he has his full birthstone now. This time, he uses the Force on him to get him to faint. It was like, okay, that's maybe a bit strong for Ken. He's still 12, but it was a nice little scene. And yeah, otherwise there was nothing to say really. Chapter 6. So Chewie now is like, we're back with the gang. Chewie rips Jedgar's arm off actually, which, you know, we so far only got the reference that Wookiees can do that, but I'm not sure if we got that a lot of times, Chewie actually doing that, but yeah. He rips Jedgar's arm off. He then punches him in the face with full force, obviously, which was pretty funny, actually, and kind of brutal. Yeah, Makati almost like, immediately basically orders to open fire on the station, which makes sense. Like, he has no long-winded speech to Kadan, like, oh yeah, look at me, I'm going to explain to you how I've beaten you and to give you a possibility to escape. No, he's basically... he basically just reenacts that little scene. He's calling Azrakal his subordinate because, you know, keeping subordinates in check, that was something Kadan grilled him over in the past, which humiliated him. And yeah, there's that brief scene where Kadan's mask, quote unquote, slips off, and he just looks like a crook, basically, like an imposter. And yeah, I just thought, okay, maybe this was just Kadan showing genuine fear, but no, as Noah did say, this Kadan is an imposter. It's not the actual Kadan who dies. So, you know, in that last moment, the one who tried to bullshit his way into the Empire basically failed and reverted back to who he actually was, which was pretty cool. And yeah, the gang, they once again escape with Triclops to Dagobah this time to give him his antidote and to leave Makati and Azrakal basically just to fight another day, which also makes perfect sense. Chapter 7. Yeah, Makati announces that he wants to go to the corporate sector and to at some point try to replicate the legacy droids. Yeah, we do get in the epilogue like what the fate of the individual characters were. I don't think Makati actually ever managed to replicate those droids anyway, because that would probably change a lot. But no, the thing is, we did get, like, the legacy droids came from somewhere, and like wherever that was, that's where you probably should get a lot of more of them, because they are very, very useful and very strong. But yeah, Azrakal, he was briefly allowed to take stuff from Kadan's treasury, which makes sense, okay, and that's where he actually took the glove of Darth Vader from, which, of course, yeah, I mean, I don't consider it very good to make the glove of Darth Vader anything but just a glove, but it now is within the confines of the story, and to get Azrakal to be interested in that also makes perfect sense. I think, Noah, didn't you mention like it was late, like that the glove is just sort of lost basically on this random planet where everyone dies, and I guess just nothing happens to it anymore. And like, look, if I had the control to erase that, I would. Like, the glove of Darth Vader should just be a glove and get vaporized with the Death Star. But oh well, it is what we have now. The whole villain scene ending was hilarious to me because they all die like right after my story takes place. That is actually funny. What can you do? Glove gets lost. Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, I know you wouldn't stoop down to that level to make this kind of contrivance real, but the knowledge that the glove is lost, like, let's just imagine this was your actual contribution to the EU and somebody else wants to make up something, they could just get the glove to reappear. And I mean, I guess I like continuity, I like connectivity, but if it's that would be kind of contrived, and I wouldn't be a big fan of that. And there would be somebody who gets that idea, definitely. But yeah, exactly. So we get that. Ken will now leave with a fully healed Triclops. Luke is very briefly sad about it. He's like, oh, he lost another potential student, but he gets over it, considering Triclops is now normal again, and he understands why Ken would do that. And it's also good that Baji had a purpose in this as well, because I mean, he was such a random character to begin with that felt so out of place throughout the story. So getting him something semi-interesting and important to do towards the end is kind of nice. And because he was the one obviously performing the treatments on Triclops. And now Ken announces that he will go to the Emperor's homeworld to try and accept Palpatine's lineage and, presumably improve people's impression of the Palpatine name. And I also did wonder, maybe, Noah, maybe you had a thought about what you meant by this. Do you actually mean him to go to Biss, which I guess would sort of have been his home planet now, I assume, or do you actually mean Naboo? Because that would sort of interest me. Like, is Ken going back to, to Naboo and to? Oh, okay, you thought about Naboo. That would actually be cool, yeah, because the fact that Luke and Leia are kind of prince and princess of Naboo now, basically, that just really never gets mentioned anywhere. Obviously, it wouldn't have been mentioned in the Bantam era, but like post prequel era, it would have actually been kind of nice if that has any influence, because I mean, they are the children of the Queen of Naboo, or like, let's say, a Queen of Naboo. So it would actually be kind of fun to imagine them trying to, trying to become maybe king or queen. I mean, that wouldn't be really in character, but for it to get acknowledged that it would be a theoretical possibility, that just sounds kind of cool. And Luke and Leia aren't. Naboo elects their monarchs. Yes, that's true. Oh yeah, I guess you're correct there. I did forget that. But yeah, but still, maybe you could have played around with that, because even if nothing happens there, you would expect maybe that, I mean, Padme or like the Amidala family, I mean, it's still a family that existed. Perhaps there's existed something, but yeah, I think since Padme wasn't even really meant to be that much of a character anyway, I guess they'd also just let the whole Amidala family get ignored as well, because okay, that is the way it is. And now for the actual end, the epilogue of Admiral's Wrath, we get just very matter-of-fact descriptions of what happens to which characters, which is totally fine. Makati dies shortly afterwards. I don't know if you mentioned, Noah, whether it was of old age or in a battle, but yeah, Makati dies shortly afterwards. Kadan survived, so of course the one who died at Scardia was an imposter. Ezrakel engaged in another fight with the remaining prophets, and that was where he found his death. Amidala is just a title. Padme's family is Naberi. Oh yeah, I always forget that. I never remember that Amidala is a title. Yeah, you're correct. And yeah, Naberi or Nabier, what was it? Gets killed during a battle in the corporate sector. All right, gotcha. And yeah, so Ken goes to the planet of Princess Candelina. So, that would be Lord's, I guess, because that is where she is a princess on. And they remain there for a while until they want to return to Luke. But then we actually don't get anything about the Palpatine heritage part, so that would perhaps in another potential sequel of Noah, that could be a thing there, because I would actually like even the attempt to try and redeem the Palpatine name. I'm not against that. It would be cool if there's a smart way to do that. Yeah. So Zorba, yeah. People found out that the will of Jabba that apparently Zorba had with him was a forgery. and Zorba basically loses everything. He loses all respect, and he dies alone in a gutter, which is exactly what the kind of character deserved from his first appearance, basically. But yeah. Oh yeah, there is a brief mention of what's gonna happen afterwards, and like there's a reference to the Throne trilogy, which I think is based, and there is a reference to Dark Empire, which I think is cringe, but oh well, agree to disagree here. And overall, that was just all of that was just a very nice wrap up and expansion upon a story which I don't think deserves that kind of attention, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not a big fan of the Jedi Prince stories as a whole. I don't hate them. I don't think they're the worst thing. Don't agree to be disagreeing. Yeah, correct. Throne trilogy based, the cringe. There you go, Fabi. Thanks for pointing that out. You're actually absolutely correct on that one, at least. But yeah, no. Generally, just because this is now the end of it. So yeah, I really like how it gave Jedi Prince a lot more to do, and how also it has a few open threads which Noah could potentially, if he's interested in, write further. So maybe what Ken is up to on Naboo, like what's his training gonna be like, who he's gonna train maybe later on. Maybe just various info also where is he during specific events of galactic importance. And yeah, I think the Admiral's Wrath, yeah, I think a 7.5 would be fair. I think I fully actually agree with Pico's ratings there. I would still give, like, if I had to decide which one to give the slight edge to, like which one do I consider a bit better, it would probably Legacy of Doom. Although I'm usually the one who likes the last part of a trilogy most, but I think the emotional investment was best in Legacy of Doom, probably. So it's just that little bit more that like makes me like it more. But I think from a quality perspective, they are pretty comparable. And that's it. Jesus Christ, I took way too long on these. I never should have written down that many notes. And thank God I really toned my notes down for the New Rebellion, because yeah, that's over 500 pages. I will never be finished with that book, like talking about that book, if I write the same volume of info. So there you go. We are done. We have finished the Jedi Prince. I mean, this Jedi Prince saga, I guess, is the correct way of calling it. Pretty bad overall, with pretty good introductions by Noah there. And yeah, this is really it. Glad I stayed awake for this. Good night now. Hey, glad for staying so long. I'm happy that you had fun with it. I had lots of fun with it as well, even though it was far too long. And yeah, have a good night, Noah. See ya later. And yeah, to everyone else who reaches this point, also good night. Or thank you for staying for this long. Exactly. So next Sunday, we're gonna have the New Rebellion on. So that's gonna be the book that we will speak about next time. And yeah, afterwards, I'm gonna see whether I manage to finish the daily trilogy. I should, but it might be a bit difficult for me. So I'm just gonna wait and see. Hopefully, I should get them done. I have a lot of time there. But yeah, that's it for today. Thanks for staying on for this long again. Thanks also again to my wonderful guests who were on earlier. And see you next time, guys. Bye-bye.